Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. It's Saturday night. Hope you all are doing well. Let me know. Sound good? One question, yes, and that's all. Right on. Hope you all are well. Wild week of wildfires going on out in California. Definitely want to discuss that a little bit. So, anybody has any clips that they want to feature, just throw them in the private chat or DM me on Twitter. Either way is fine, because there's tons of them, and it's a very interesting situation and tragic, obviously, with so many people losing their homes. So to California, man, I lived there for a time myself. It's a beautiful state. The wildlife, the scenery is gorgeous, regardless of what you think of it. And its politics, its policies. Yeah, they might be, they might have their faults, but the land is absolutely stunning. The Pacific meets the mountains, and it's a gorgeous place. I recommend everyone goes to see it just for that reason alone. There's other cool areas, the mountains. It's a massive state. There's our Canadian. What up, dog? How you doing, scum? Eyes wide shut. Good to see you. RW, Last Dance. Thanks for being here, guys. And thank goodness Canada sent down a couple of those scooper planes that can swoop right down over the ocean and snag up that water and drop it right on the fires. What a feat that is, man. Flying those things, skimming them across the surface of the ocean, picking up thousands of tons of water, but yet keeping the plane from nosediving into the ocean. Really unbelievable. The water bombers, those things are rad, dude. It might be one of the hardest things I've seen ever any pilot do. Land on an aircraft carrier, you could say, refueling midair, skimming the ocean in a cargo plane and sucking in thousands of gallons of water without going down too far, or else you're done. So really impressive stuff, man. And I envy those guys. I don't know how you train for that, but God Almighty, it's incredible. It's cool to see countries coming to help, including Mexico, and they're helping, man. So all other shit aside, they're helping. So cheers. Yeah, cool. Thanks for being here, scum. Always enjoy you. I was up somewhat late last night. I didn't see you unless you came on after I crashed. So, yeah, we can get this thing going fairly quickly this evening. I don't have much to talk about by myself. My monologues have been fairly lacking lately. So, I don't know, whenever you guys are prepared, go ahead and 1 a.m. Yeah. So I was like, that's my limit, dude. I can probably stay up later if I go out and do things with other human beings, but I don't really do that. Kind of an antisocial bastard, but this works. It's like socializing somewhat. Got a little snow today, kind of pretty. And oh, cool, strumming and singing. Hey, that's life. What's going on? Good to see you, man. Yeah, right on, brother. Peace. You guys want to jump on? You ready? Yeah. All right. Hey, look, Aphid's here early. Right on. Jump on, Aphid. We can pop you on too if you want. Once things fill up, you know how hard it is to be, get a word in here. So if you want, jump in now, or if you gotta go do your thing, do it. And I'll see you later. Going on, man? How are you?
All right. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good, thank you. I was watching some football, but then the game kind of turned into a big giant piece of crap, so I'm not disappointed to walk away from it.
I don't, nobody cares about football, but you and I think, on this show. But
Yeah.
I watched it just up until a few minutes before,
Yeah.
and it was just I don't. You missed a lot. The Houston, Houston got a touchdown, and then uh,
Chargers.
Chargers got a long touchdown to finally get back in the game.
Oh, no kidding. I just left it then before
Well,
that happened.
it turned out to be a 4-point touchdown.
How's that?
So there is no such thing. So I'm kind of, they went to kick the extra point and it was blocked, and Houston returned it for all the way to their end zone for that. That gives them 2 points.
Holy crap.
So they ended up getting only 4 points out of their touchdown.
That's pretty rare.
Very rare.
What is that called then?
I don't know what it's called.
And is it like a safety? Do they get possession back after?
No, it's not like a safety.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very obscure,
they do get play. Well, I guess it is like a safety because they do get possession back.
So it's 2 points plus possession.
Yeah, because the Chargers scored the touchdown, so they have to kick off.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well, and another interesting thing regarding football, I knew your team was playing tonight. I'm looking on the TV. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's only on Amazon Prime.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Is it on your local channels? I was wondering about that.
I think it is.
So they're doing locals, and then for the national, it's Amazon Prime only. So
yeah, that sounds right.
That makes sense, because it would be bullshit if they didn't have it available free locally.
Right.
We're going to get there someday, I think, with the NFL. I think they're working towards that. I think they're attempting to work towards pay-per-view for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. They want to do NFL on their own network, all on their own network. But
that would be a pay network.
A pay network, right?
Right.
And I think right now they don't think that's a winner, but that they want all the money, right. Every penny. So, hey, yeah. Smoke wife.
Hi, wife. Good to see you. Yeah, greedy bastards. Keep it the way it is. It's worked fine up to this point. How many billions of dollars is it worth? A lot. So,
yeah.
But I understand it's a business. They always want to grow it. I'm not going to fault them for that.
No. I wish they would. And this is just a personal thing, but I do wish that all the sports, including football, would keep their distance from gambling, and not. I won't say embrace it, but not decorate every broadcast with gambling commercials and gambling sponsorships and
DraftKings, yeah.
DraftKings, kind of just keep their distance like they used to.
You think it detracts from it in some way?
No, I don't think it does that. I just think it gets more people gambling and ruins their financial lives because they become hooked on the whole gambling thing. And,
yeah, it's hard for me to understand getting hooked on gambling, but
that's what these DraftKings, that's where they make their money. They make their money from problem gamblers.
Right.
People that just bet once in a while, you couldn't maintain a business for someone who bets once a week or in a small amount. No, they make their money from problem gamblers. Now, I'm kind of a libertarian, so I don't say make it illegal. But I do wish they would distance themselves.
Yeah, I hear you.
Don't wrap your game in gambling.
I guess there's money there. Obviously, the advertising from the gambling sites.
Oh yeah, it's huge money and
huge
players and former players and people. You'll watch the broadcast afterward, and the same guys will then be in the commercials promoting FanDuel or DraftKings or one of those others.
Yeah, and of course every sport you can gamble on now. So, and that brings in college, and as well as now college players are getting paid. It's kind of a whole different thing, name, image,
It is.
likeness.
It
It's
is.
changed the amateur innocent aspect of it where they were playing for their school, now it's
Yeah.
money. And the draft portal thing is, I don't really understand it, how it works, but apparently that's how Notre Dame got this quarterback of theirs.
The transfer portal.
Yeah, that's what it's called, transfer portal. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is different. It wasn't like that, man, in the old days. Maybe it was. I don't know. I just don't remember it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't as easy.
Wasn't as easy, right?
So there wasn't as many transfers. But over the years, there were more and more transfers, and then they did the transfer portal, which I don't know. I like it. I guess it you know it never really was about sports and athletics and scholarship. It was always just athletics,
Sure.
despite the pretense of students, athletes, scholars. It was really only about sports. These guys, none of these athletes. I shouldn't say none. The vast majority of these athletes don't have serious majors. They don't take serious classes.
Right.
They don't even have the time if they wanted to be serious students, because basketball and football, those practices, they take many hours out of the week. It's like a full-time job to be a major college sports player.
Sure, it is. It really is. Practices and traveling for the game.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're taking college seriously, you've got to dedicate a lot of time to do well. Clearly, they're getting easy classes or something, because you can't play if you're failing. I think it used to be that way.
I was an excellent student in college, but I never had the discipline where I could have done what they are asked to do, which is be a hardworking athlete, hit the gym for their hours and do their training and their practice, and be an excellent student. Some people could do that, but I could never do that. It was, not that I ever had a chance, but I'm just saying I'm not really criticizing these dumb jocks, because they might not be so dumb, but they don't really have a chance to. They have to pick what they want to be good at.
Sure. You mind if I ask, what did you major in?
I majored in computer science.
And you got your degree in that?
And I got my degree in that, yeah.
Master's?
No, bachelor's degree.
Bachelor's, cool. Yeah, well, there you go. That's why you know your shit when it comes to computers, even though, geez, we're talking a long time ago.
Yeah, I graduated in 1985.
So early technology, but yeah, I mean, so you went to college a little later in life then?
No.
Okay.
No, I was in 1980. I was 18. That's when I went to college. Gotcha. I worked as a co-op, so that means I alternated semesters working with semesters of study. So it took me 5 years to get my bachelor's degree.
Cool. Oh, good on you, man. Chris Wright, good to see you. Steve, what is he asking me? Do you like Greenland and Canada and Britain and the United States of America? Trump.
No, I want those. I want Canada and Greenland to be separate countries with their own ideas and culture.
Mm-hmm.
Greenland, I mean, what? Come on, it's a tiny population, enormous land mass. I don't really care.
But you don't want us to take some aggressive action.
No. They get from man, oh man. If they want to become a part of the United States, then that might be a good deal for us. Maybe for them, but definitely for us. But we're not going to invade Greenland. Well, I can't. I never really know what Trump is thinking, and
Yeah, I know.
He tends to be bombastic, and he says a lot more than he actually does. But you just can't. You can't trust somebody who talks shit about taking over Greenland and the Panama Canal. He just can't shut his mouth, or either that or he's just plain insane. I don't know what the deal is.
Let's bring in Mr. MAGA himself.
Speaking of insane, it's RW.
What's
You know
going
what,
on,
guys? I
dude?
think they should bring the DEI into the NFL. That would make the games really exciting for me to watch.
I think it's already long in there.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, most of the athletes aren't white. So would DEI mean bringing more white
That's
guys
not
in?
inclusive enough. I'm
Well,
talking about all the groups.
They are talking mainly about coaching is too white.
Well, did you hear what happened over here in good old New England?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had a black coach. Shit canned him after 1 year because he sucked. And it didn't have to do with the color of his skin. It had to do with the fact that he went from being a linebackers coach to a head coach. He was never an assistant. He was never a defensive coordinator, an offensive genius, nothing like that, So I think it was a huge leap for him, but it had nothing to do with race. That's for damn sure,
I got to tell you, by the last few games, he looked defeated, like he was looking for the parachute. So,
well, they lost. They would have gotten the first round draft pick if they lost the game to the Bills.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's rare to find a team. I can only remember one or two teams that I thought were not giving it their all to win.
Well, I'll tell you something. I think the Bills, being divisional opponent of the Patriots, threw the game and wanted the Patriots to win to make them worse. That's kind of
I don't think so. I think they just wanted to rest their starters so they wouldn't be injured, which is equivalent. It's almost like throwing the game.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to play their QB out there. Obviously, he's
right.
Legend. But yeah, I mean, DEI. Does this mean now that if companies stop with DEI that they're going to hire a ton of people that are only the best in their respective field?
No, I don't really. I think they will always. I think most of these companies will always be looking to diversify.
Okay.
Now that it just means it won't be a huge priority. They won't be counting constantly, and there won't be DEI staffs that are haranguing them about not meeting their numbers or anything like that. I just think it's really more of a de-emphasis than a complete elimination.
Go ahead, buddy. I want to hear it.
Do you think that corporations are walking back now that the Trump cabinet's coming in from the DEI mindset? You have
Facebook they are. They are definitely walking back. But never mind DEI. I think most people, or a good percentage of people, always look for to give the underdog a chance. They root for the underdog, and whether that means if it's about color, not necessarily about race, but maybe about background, somebody from a poor background.
Are you saying society or the corporation has that mindset?
Both. I think because society does, so do the people that make hiring decisions in corporations.
I mean, when it comes down to it, there are certain countries that do seem to have a lot of people that excel in certain computer technology sort of things, India, China.
Yeah.
So would it make sense for companies that are looking for that sort of a professional to look predominantly in those places,
Is that a
it might? I mean, statement? I think it always merit has to be the top consideration. And shaking your head violently up and down is also important.
Yeah,
that should be a part of every interview.
Good job.
But merit is not the only thing that anybody who hires people has ever considered. I mean, you definitely, if some guy is a genius and he's a total autistic, introvert,
Is this your
I'd probably hire him.
Right.
just because the upside is so high, even though he'll be like a real pain to manage.
Mhm.
But, aside from those extremes, I think you're looking for someone who will, um, be able to do the job and be able to be flexible, to move into new roles, to move into management if it's needed, to can get along with others, who can,
That's the most
you know,
challenging one.
and who can, know when to solve problems on their own and know when to inform management of a problem. So, you are looking for more than just what you would call technical talent
Mhm.
whenever
Right.
you're
Okay.
hiring. You're looking for someone who's not only good at what they do, but who can grow into other roles because you're spending a lot of money and effort to hire people. You don't just want to do that for 6 months and then they're not flexible or they can't grow into another person. So there's always more than just technical talent being
And
considered and
heavily
hired.
reliant on references.
What do you mean by
Because
preferences?
references. So
Oh,
if someone gives a
references.
resume or a CV, they can. It's all bullshit, really. It's all to me. It's all about a reference. If someone's gonna vouch for you, that's what says everything.
Well, when I was involved in recruiting, we were looking at college students. So references, there's not going to be a lot out there. They'd have
That's true.
references like I
Yeah,
worked in
I'm
a
assuming it'd be a
supermarket,
regular class. Yeah, you're right.
and I just, what, plus they're young anyways. I don't really care if they goofed off in their last job. They're still maturing. They're still kids becoming adults. So it's
You're the guy that hands out breaks.
hands out breaks.
Yeah, when someone catches a break and gets an opportunity to move
No,
forward in life.
I don't really hand out breaks, but I certainly, when I looked at a candidate, I looked primarily at my sense of their technical skills, but I also looked at other things. And if someone was maybe not as strong in technical areas, but looked really good in terms of growth potential and even in terms of being a part of an organization where they could get along
How do you
and
judge growth potential though for a new
it,
worker?
it's very hard, and especially the way we did recruiting. Uh, it's very hard. It's very much guesswork, and we got some wrong.
Hmm.
And how could we tell any better? But we got some very right too. So you know, I think I did pretty well, even though I didn't get them all correct.
Sure. Yeah. It's in that place, like going straight from college, references don't mean as much. I think in jobs when you're hiring older people, more mature, um, references mean more, but references can also be somewhat hard to verify because reference givers, or I don't know what else to call them, the one giving the reference for somebody has no, um,
Repercussion?
reprimand or
Jail time,
repercussion
baby.
for lying about it. It's like you could lie through your teeth about somebody
Yeah,
if you want them to get the job,
yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, references from a previous employer are helpful. Personal references, I don't think are as helpful myself.
My
No,
mom
I
would look through their Facebook and social media posts whenever she'd hire somebody, and she would weed out some people that would have been all these red flags that they're posting online. It's just like, I don't want to take the risk with this individual.
Mm-hmm.
People that are
Smart.
willing to post their stupidity on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
what was the wildest part of the job I did where I was involved in recruiting evaluations? You had to be a U.S. citizen to get this job. Um, so you'd expect that everybody who applies speaks English.
No
Uh,
bueno.
no, that's not it. It's that people in Puerto Rico are U.S. citizens,
Mm.
and they're able to apply. And typically, Spanish is their first language, and they may not really speak English well at all.
Well, there's your
So,
diversity.
well, I didn't really know how to. I felt like that should be a strike against them, but how could you? I don't know. I didn't know how to
It's
how to
good to
rate
have
that.
bilingual, though. It is a benefit to have
Yeah, it's
so
a
many people.
benefit, but if you need someone with Spanish language skills, yeah, it's a benefit.
Yeah.
Um, but on the other hand, if they're if they don't speak English well, they're not gonna. It's gonna be a rough go for everybody, not just them, but people trying to communicate with them. So
Hmm. Yeah, wife did a lot of that, as you can see in her comment
but
here.
I never dinged anybody for not, having good command of English for the few people that applied from Puerto Rico. But
Hmm.
I just always wondered, you know, should that be that way? It's just it's a strange thing that Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens.
So Chris Wright made a comment. He said, "People needs good working last dance. Look at people in government jobs, not good working." That to me, it takes that as the cliche where people that take government jobs are crappy workers. And since you did work for government, from your own recollection, did it seem like there was more half-ass workers in government than there was in the private sector, or is it all the
Absolutely.
same difference?
No, it was absolutely much worse in government.
Mm.
What, and that's because of job security, or what is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's so hard to fire somebody that that's really never what people do. You have to really be extraordinarily awful to get
Mhm.
fired over a long period of time.
Or do something extraordinarily stupid, which
Well,
we've
I
all
mean,
seen over the years, like make a comment to a person of the opposite sex. It's inappropriate.
yeah,
Oh,
Fucking
the 90s, though,
gonzo.
it's fine. You could do that in the 90s. That's how
No
you got
way. I
promoted.
saw a guy get fired for that in the 90s.
Oh, good.
Bad. And it was a dumbest comment you ever heard in your life.
The catapult comment.
No, it was like a person was working in front of him and she moved and he said, "Oh, you ruined my view." Gone. It was inappropriate, but he
That's when
didn't.
you just salute the guy. See you later, buddy.
Well, we all hated the guy at that
See ya.
job, so we were like, "Fuck it, he's gone anyways," So
What do you
dumbass.
guys think of the H-1B? I think we covered it a little bit last week, but there's a controversy of, is it just a bunch of cheap labor, or are they actually going after skilled workers? Or
I
do
don't
we have
really
the
know
skilled
the
workers
answer to
here?
that.
Is that a long-term visa?
I
Oh,
think
like a green card? Is that an H-1B?
I think it moves towards permanent residency.
Because you can have a green card for like an open-ended period of time.
Correct.
I don't,
and not.
I don't know
I
if
think an
there's
H-1B is a foot in the door towards permanent residency or citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, what was your question regarding it?
Do you think it is a grab for cheap labor, or do you think they're actually trying to seek out skilled workers that we don't have?
I think it's both. It's definitely both.
I feel like a lot of the youth are going after computer science jobs like you did. A lot of networking, a lot of computer jobs. So if we outsource that to another nation, we have a bunch of kids coming out of college that are going to be competing.
I mean, if there's enough kids coming out of college, it's all, in some sense, you could say it's just about paying less.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
That's the vibe I'm getting.
this is supply and demand. If supply is squeezed, then I'm talking about the supply of, say, computer programmers. If that supply is less, then the wages that you'll have to, it'll bid up the wages. Employers will have to pay more to hire that less smaller supply. So
Right, but they're
the
flooding.
H1B increases the supply, which drives wages down. It's basic economics.
Right.
And I don't. Whenever people say these things, they're talking about this with illegal immigration too. They say, "Oh, these are jobs that Americans won't do." Well, that's not what it is. It really is not true. It's just that when you have more people, you can pay less because
Right.
more people competing for the same job bids the price down. So Employers will pay less in wages.
Smoke Wife is stating that it's about race for the extreme MAGAs. I can agree that some people are racist, but I think overall it's an economic thing. It's a corporate scheme to not have to pay as much.
You could find dumbass racists anywhere, including in the MAGA movement. But it's economic.
Down south.
I mean, there's a fair amount of green card holders from Ireland.
Yeah.
What about Greenland?
Theirs is called the green card, double green because of the country. But they're not all brown, and they're not all low skilled or unskilled. There are some of them that are very skilled.
That reminds me of a meme. I don't know if I want to interrupt you, but it was so funny.
Oh, please interrupt.
It's the picture. You've seen this picture of Trump talking to Obama, and Obama's laughing.
Yep.
Yes.
So this meme it's Trump. He's saying, so get this, Barack. Greenland is mostly ice, and Iceland is mostly green. Can you believe that? Don Jr. just told me this.
That's funny.
That's a painful joke.
He visited Greenland, Don Jr.
Did you see?
To acquire the purchase?
Who
Probably,
knows?
yeah.
Maybe he heard cocaine was cheaper there.
He went to shoot a muskox or something, but
he heard there was a lot of snow there. So he thought,
Yes.
oh man, get my good straw.
Did you see Bush Jr. give Obama the gut smack when he walked past him?
No.
He whacked him with the back of his hand. It was pretty damn funny, man.
Was it nice to see all the elites hugging each other and frolicking together?
Junior is such a goof, man. When he gave that speech and on the golf course, something about 9/11 and we're gonna get those terrorists. Now watch me do this drive. It was just such a goof.
This is what I really care about, bitch.
Yeah, totally just thinking about the golf game. If you golf, you've been there. You're in conversation. You're like, all right, see you later. I'm a world leader, but I'm a golfer for the next 4 hours.
Right, a terrible one probably.
I mean, Trump's got a good game for his age, man. I tell you, he can hit the ball. The white immigrants, okay.
Ivana is an American citizen through birth. Melania, yes, I agree. And she's attractive, I guess, but her face seems like completely crafted by surgery. It's not really a
Melania.
Yeah, there's the cheek and the nose is chiseled to a.
Yeah, I know that. It looks kind of frozen and unnatural.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, don't move when she walks.
It looks sculpted rather than human.
I think she already was kind of a freakish looking person to begin with. Extremely tall, extremely thin, very high cheekbones with thin cheeks. And then, you start doing all that surgery and it brings out those features that prior to it would have been called beautiful, but they become feline, cat-like and sculpture-like.
Yeah, that's true. Feline cheek look. That's true.
But they look in the mirror and think they look so gorgeous, but the rest of the world looks at them and we're like,
they probably say I look like $1 million because that's probably how much they spent. Yeah,
literally. Yeah, you can just. I think the eye of the beholder is, you always see yourself one way, and you've all seen memes. Guys see themselves as one way, and the rest of the world sees them as this fat slob.
Right.
These women think they are making themselves better, but
Marvelous.
It's rare. If Elizabeth Hurley has had any work done, she has had it done the right way because she is still exquisite, beautiful. But it's rare to see those. They're 1 in 50 out of the superstar ladies that do it the right way. A lot of them just overdo it.
It's distressing to see, especially in Hollywood, all these Hollywood women. They feel the pressure. Younger actresses are getting roles that they used to get, and the pressure is enormous. So I don't know what they succumb to this plastic surgery, and to me, it looks horrible. It's hard to believe how bad it looks.
Mm-hmm.
for a lot of them.
Yeah,
Um,
it is.
I remember
think-
seeing Helen Hunt, who was a fine actress, a good-looking woman, and that she suddenly appeared, and her face was just tortured.
Mhm.
Like it looked, her skin was smoother, but it was clearly extensive plastic surgery. It looked horrible,
Mhm.
scary bad,
Right.
and I just felt so bad because it's just tragic.
Yeah, it is. It's a shame. It is a shame. Obviously, you guys must have been watching news about California. I'm sure,
Mhm.
right?
Oh hell yeah, dude! I've been watching it for a couple days now.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. My first and thought that I've had through the whole thing is fires just don't start randomly.
Right.
There's no lightning. There's no. So no matter what it is, in my mind, this was started by human beings.
Right.
What
I guess
about
the
bad power
question
lines
is,
and wind?
Could be power lines, but that's still human caused.
that's human caused, right?
Okay.
So the question is there any intent in any of it, or is it all purely accidental? And the amount that are breaking out, there's got to be some intent. There's some arson going on here. I mean,
If
they
they
give
if
these.
that was their intent, it was the perfect day to start a fire that would have done maximum damage.
Well, they waited until the conditions were stellar, and the conditions are. And the news was talking about this pink warning, how the risk was so high. And it seemed like that very friggin' day they started. If not that day, it was the day after.
Yeah,
when they're-
Like a
I
good
had heard the
McDonald's.
warnings. I had heard the warnings. It was well publicized.
yeah,
I'm with you that I think the more it was publicized, life-threatening wins is what they were saying.
right.
The more a few twisted minds, and there really are more than enough twisted minds
Mhm.
to say, oh, who's going to know if I throw a match in some dry brush
Right.
on some hiking trail?
Mhm.
Who's going to know it was me? Nobody.
What is the
really.
repercussion if they're caught? What would the judicial sentencing be? Death?
They could be charged with, murder, arson for
Yeah,
one. But
if there wasn't murder, it would be like life in prison in my mind. But since people have died, I'd figure it would be more of a death sentence.
no, the California, if they
Yeah.
charged, only the federal government would have a death penalty there.
Well, wouldn't it be a federal offense? They just burned everything.
I don't know.
It would have to be with the terrorism attachment, or I don't know what else.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be hard to slap that on.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said the things that define what they call terrorism are a little too narrow for my liking. But yeah, I think when you're literally terrorizing a community, then that's terrorism. But that's not necessarily how the law is written, unfortunately. Like the guy in Wisconsin who drove his car through a parade. Waukesha, I believe, was the name of the town.
Yep.
That was not considered terrorism, even though he terrorized that people at that parade. He ran and killed people, killed kids, all of that kind of shit, but not a terrorist. So, what specifically defines it as terrorism? Last Dance, like
there has to be an intent, and usually it has to be a political goal, but an intent to terrorize a population rather than just kill the people you killed. You have to have a wider audience for your actions. You have to have intent to do so. If he ran those people over in order to terrify people, Milwaukeeans or Wisconsinites, or people who are celebrating in parades or something, or just Americans, then that could be terrorism. But if he just had a bad day and felt like killing some people, and he went off and killed a bunch of people, it's not going to be terrorism, even though it's, as a side effect, it is terrorizing.
right. And if he chose to kill them because they're white, then that would fall under a federal death penalty crime.
I don't think it would necessarily count as terrorism if he didn't have.
It wouldn't. But I
terroristic
think
intent.
Hate
He
crime.
could get a hate
a
crime.
hate crime,
enhancement.
hate crime. Yeah, that's right. But again, with that, the guy who killed all those people in Buffalo did not get charged with a hate crime, even though he openly said that he went there because people of that color shopped there and he wanted to start this and that and the other thing. But yeah, I don't know.
Wasn't. Are you sure of that? I mean, some of these things get plea bargained down. You know, he probably pled guilty after a lot of bargaining, and it's possible that that hate crime enhancement was bargained away to get him to
What's the
plead
benefit of a
guilty.
bargain? I don't understand. That sounds like evil to even have a bargaining option.
Well, it is kind of disappointing, but for one thing, nobody wants to take a chance on a jury. You just, if you can avoid, and that goes true, on both sides. So that's one of the reasons why you want to have the death penalty on the table everywhere, because at the very least, that gives you bargaining potential if you're the prosecution.
To scare
Um,
people.
well, so that the defense has, if it's hard to plea bargain to a life in prison when that's the top sentence you can get if he's found guilty. So you might as well go to trial if the worst that can happen is you get life in prison when the prosecution is offering you as a deal that you plead guilty and get life in prison. What's your benefit?
Mm.
So
Right. And I spoke incorrectly. So he's been indicted of first degree murder, 25 count indictment. He didn't kill 25 people, but 1 count of domestic terrorism motivated by hate as a hate crime.
Is your comment in the chat about this guy in the car, or is it about the guy that started the fires?
So it looks like the guy is still going to be tried federally, and that is going to be September 8th, 2025. So, Jesus, 3 years later.
You're talking about the Buffalo shooter?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Buffalo shooter.
So the chat comment is Buffalo shooter. I thought you were talking about the guy they caught starting the fire, or at least
No, that Bucks Corp's comment. Yeah, they caught some guy today or yesterday who started a small fire that was easily contained.
Okay.
That the citizens arrest one?
Yeah, the citizens arrest one.
And I think the DA decided not to prosecute.
Oh, you're kidding.
If that's true, that's not okay. That's very not okay.
That's what I heard on the news, but the news is so fast and fluid with these fires. It's hard to almost like
I think I heard he was a homeless guy. He's probably mentally ill. Not that that's a reason to take him off the street so he doesn't start fires, right? I mean,
yeah.
Mentally ill doesn't mean you let them rampage around.
Mm-hmm.
But
do we want to talk about the conviction of Donald Trump?
We can get to that for sure.
Sure.
And we can bounce back and forth between subjects as other people might join us too.
Welcome.
There's one right here.
Lee. Oh, my man, Lee.
Lee squared. What up, dog?
Lee.
How did dude earlier in the chat put like little letters after he put a country? He put like
probably alt commands or the control.
Where was that?
Chris was doing it
when he was saying Great Britain GB. He was using a different font in the chat. I'm sure it's
a tiny little GB would show up after.
You probably copy paste it too from something else.
Like right here.
Here. Where do you see a little
CAGL after Greenland and GB after Great Britain?
I don't see that. I just see flags.
Oh, I see it. Are you on YouTube or on?
No, I'm on both StreamYard and YouTube. I'm on StreamYard. Sorry, I'm on StreamYard.
I only see text on this. Are you on a Mac?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and you're on PC?
Yeah.
Okay, so PC shows it as little letters, and Mac, I guess, shows it as a country.
For us, buddy.
I see a flag of Canada, a flag of Greenland, a flag of Britain, and a flag of the United States.
So with the tiny letters, like I see it, it makes that sentence hard to read because it's like it chops it right up. Did you kind of feel that way, RW? It's a
It took me a second to realize he was writing the codes afterward, but now that it makes
Right.
sense, it's a Mac thing.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, now yeah,
I'm gonna-
computer science is paying off even to this day. Last Dance.
I'm going to read Lily's comment, part 1. This is my crazy conspiracy theory. Some of the most affluent people live there in California, with beaches in some cases a stone throw away, with land at a premium. So now the rich move away and land price drops, so it's worth nothing. Trump comes in and buys land at lowest price and builds hotels next to the beaches. Interesting theory.
Not very good. That land is still worth a mint, if not more.
Yeah,
Right. What I'd like to understand is how much money they're going to get versus what North Carolina got because of they're wealthier. And if they go to rebuild and they had a mansion, the $1 million worth of resources now is going to build like a rancher. So
The land may be worth that much. No house at all.
right.
That
Change things. What is the after? What's
that
the after?
happens around here. I don't know if you remember the Severn River, RW, from when you lived in Maryland. You can't get riverfront property for less than $1 million.
I haven't seen new houses
even a
built.
middle. There are some communities that were middle class communities back when they were built in the 50s that are relatively small houses. That the ones that were on the river, that land is worth more. Is worth 10 times what that house is worth. It's $1 million.
I don't know if it's the Severn or the Chop Tank, but when you're going across it towards the eastern shore, there's that muddy wall and there's the mansion on top of it on the right. And it's this house that looks like, man, if there's ever a mudslide, that millionaire is going straight in the drink. But in that area, I have not seen houses built in my lifetime. It's been the same for 35 years.
Yeah, I think that's the Severn River. There's a big building. I guess you could say it's a house up on a cliff that overlooks the Severn River. You could see it from the Route 50 bridge.
Right.
I think
that's what I'm talking about.
I would be thinking, like, what's all that extra money you're paying anywhere within God knows what distance to a river is also going to eventually be a floodplain because rivers usually flood.
Well, the Severn River is not real. It's not really a river. It's kind of funny. It's really there's a small creek that feeds it called Severn Run, but you could walk across that in 2 steps. It's really a Chesapeake Bay kind of expanding outward into narrow canyons over the eons.
Sure, I see what you're saying.
And there was originally a small stream channel, and then over time the walls collapsed and the bay filled it in. So it's really just a part of the Chesapeake Bay. So what you get you get storm surge and tidal movement.
Sure.
And if there's a hurricane, which there are very few that strike directly, but if there is a hurricane that strikes directly, you could get a severe storm surge that could inundate some homes. There were some homes along the Chesapeake Bay for one of those hurricanes about 10 years ago in a place called Bailey's Quarters that the storm surge was pretty high and a whole bunch of homes got flooded.
Sure. I mean, Hurricane Sandy was 300 miles north, not even that far, right? It hit Jersey, which isn't that far.
Yeah, it did.
And that was a fucked up storm, man. Golly, for being that far north and maintaining that kind of
it was
destruction. Usually, the cold ocean really shuts things down. Sandy,
I remember the name. I don't remember the year though. How long ago was that?
That's a good question. I can find that out right now.
20 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was. Was it in this millennium?
I think it was in this millennium. I'll say 15 years ago.
Hurricane Sandy was 2012.
Oh,
it's the end of the world, bro.
12 years ago.
That was a nutty one. 254 people were killed. A lot. It must have been. It hit straight up in the Jersey Shore. Is that right?
It nuked the barrier islands in northern New Jersey.
Okay.
So I mean, it stripped all the sand, or what?
Well, those barrier islands were created by hurricanes, and hurricanes created them. Hurricanes could take them away,
Right.
but it certainly they didn't take them away, but it just did wreaked havoc. You know,
Sure. The
What?
Eastern Farms.
What?
Was that the one when Chris Christie was hugging Obama on the beach? The timing sure is right.
yeah, timing's right.
Smack dab in the middle of his presidency. So yeah, I would say yes. RW, what was that?
I'm just curious what your thoughts will be for the rebuilding of Pasadena or Palisade or whatever it is in California. All this, everything that's being burned
Pacific
out right now.
Palisades.
What is the movement for? Do people rebuild there, or is there something
Definitely.
that happens?
Definitely.
The rebuild, the land is very valuable. Most of the people that live there are quite wealthy.
Mm.
Not everybody, but and like any place else, if you're like right in front of the ocean in Pacific Palisades, the front row of houses, that land is, worth incredible amounts of money. Kind of the further back you go in the middle, maybe not so much. If you're close to the hills and you got a beautiful view of the hillside, then value might go up a little bit. So,
Well, the back end's all gone now.
Oh, yeah. Well, much of the front is too.
Is it? Okay. I saw the back hillside gone.
A few isolated sections here and there did not get.
That's where all the firefighters were protecting the billionaires' homes.
Not the ones in front, the most valuable homes, except for maybe one or two, they got burnt to the ground.
I wonder, like, if there's art museums or anything. I saw a fire outside of some art gallery, and you just think, like, how many paintings and priceless artifacts just got wiped off the planet.
Yeah.
Send in the guys who robbed the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. They'll have that shit cleaned out in 45 seconds. But like, seriously, they're going to have to, these policies they have out there to, I'm an environmentalist, but it's clashing. They've got to clear the hillsides. They've got to keep the brush short. They're going to have crews that just do that. They're going to have to spend tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year to keep the brush down, the chaparral, and whatever other reeds and shit they got growing up there. They
How long until this burnout needs to be cleared again?
They could probably stay on top of it with limited burning, but like some serious equipment of brush choppers and heavy duty mowing. And yeah, there's going to be burning in steep sections and all that stuff. But and they're going to have buffers between the homes and the wildlife. They can't have them running right up to the back of the houses. They got to think this shit through, man. And
or just live with it. Just realize that there's got to be a fire season. These things are going to burn. Your neighborhoods are going to burn down. Some people are going to be killed. Maybe the only thing you do is get evacuation. Do evacuation better so that people don't die. But you can't have both.
Water reserves.
There's not enough water to put those fires out. It's impossible.
That friggin' whatever multi-million gallon reservoir that's as dry as the Kalahari Desert would have helped. I mean, it would have been something.
It might have helped to spare houses, but
it might have helped to push pressure into the hydrants that supposedly were trickling or down to zero for when they were trying to hook up hoses.
Yeah, you can only save a few houses. Well, how many houses can a fire department fight fires at the same time?
In California, not too many.
Not many, and it doesn't. So fighting fires in individual houses is not going to work. They're just. I don't care if you have all the water in the world. There just aren't enough. There's not enough pumping equipment to make that scale. So
see, I'm on the opposite side of you, or whether or not you're really this is how you're thinking, but I think they put up twice as many hydrants. They employ some sort of a secondary force of firefighters, volunteer people that they train in downtime, that when you get called, you go, like in rural communities. But we're talking LA, and there's times where they might need backup. I'm talking clear in the hillsides. I'm talking about, trying to make it so this can't happen again, or at least minimalizes the risk of it. But then the other side is what you're saying, Last Dance: rebuild and do nothing, leave it all the same. And then again, you're going to have this disaster. It's inevitable,
Yes, it is inevitable.
So one way, is my way going to achieve anything? Is it going to make the fires less, or is it all for nothing? Do you think it's possible to,
It's an idea. I think you cost it out. You don't forget, you're comparing an expensive firefighting idea against a phenomenally expensive destructive fire. So it might be
Right.
in the long run that it's cheaper to have one firefighter for every 3 homes in these vulnerable areas. I don't know.
You make it part of the HOA. I'm sure there's housing communities that'd be more than willing to put $5 towards making sure that there's a fire break around their community.
I'm not certain that there is enough water, even if you were, did it right. I'm not sure there's enough water to go around for this example where the fires, when the wind's blowing 50 miles an hour, I don't know if there's enough water. You could put water when the wind's blowing 50 miles an hour. The amount of oxygen feeding these fires is stunning, and I don't know.
When you see electrical poles burning, that's a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Although those suckers aren't dipped in creosote.
Yeah, they are.
Isn't creosote flammable? That's what causes chimney fires.
It is, yes.
But yeah, I mean, that picture that somebody put on the Discord earlier of I guess we'll call it a telephone pole, even though I don't know how much telephoning there is going on the wires anymore, but we still call them that. So eventually there'll be something else.
I mean, I have a landline and it doesn't go, it's, fiber optic. So, it comes in through through Verizon's fiber optic cable along with my internet. So it's not, there's still not a telephone pole, even though I have a landline.
Exactly. Yeah, I was reading about fiber optics lately. I didn't realize how difficult they are to splice.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost impossible, especially underwater.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy. I had no idea, and it's glass.
Right,
it's a glass tube.
Yep,
it's trippy, man. What is inside the glass? Is it like a plasma type thing?
It's just glass, and light bounces off.
Is there gas? There's no gas in there?
No. There's a phenomenon called, I remember this from college physics, but I don't remember the details. There's a phenomenon called total internal reflection, where light will, instead of passing through, will reflect and kind of bounce around. So if the glass is the right size and the wavelength of light is correct, it will just pass and stay contained within the fiber, and pulses of light are how zeros and ones are sent down the line.
And that's all it is. It's binary. It's binary, purely binary.
Yep.
Unreal.
Yep.
Very cool. There he is. What's up, you non-binary fucker? How you doing?
What's going on?
A-Fed Lip.
Welcome, buddy.
Name. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. You all good out there? Great White North, everything cleared out?
I mean, we got snow on the ground still. We got another fresh 4 inches yesterday.
Me too, man.
Are you shoveling?
I did the first time. I didn't yesterday.
Yeah,
we got 3 more inches. I didn't shovel. I broomed it.
Yeah,
Powder,
it was fluffier this last time.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I got some video of that Bucks Corp I can show. It is pretty cool. They skim the water. They scoop it. They drop down and skim the water. And meanwhile, they're going 150 miles an hour. They're gaining a ton per second in water, and they're keeping the
Seriously.
damn thing from slamming down into the ocean. I gotta say, it's really a feat, man. Really impressive stuff. Have you guys seen the videos of this?
I have seen
Yeah,
the
the
videos.
Pelican
Yeah.
plane.
Yeah, Canadian. Freaking
Was
awesome.
that ocean water or was that a lake?
That's ocean water. You can do those with ocean, but apparently the ones that have pumps and stuff in them, they're not supposed to do that with ocean water.
Because there's people saying that when you dump salt water onto the land in large volumes, it ferals the earth or whatever they call it, where it farrows. It makes it so that things can't grow.
Good, then there won't be a fire there again next time it grows. Suck it.
It
Yeah, I
does,
guess
but
you could look at it that way.
the amount of salt that's dropped from airplanes is trivial.
Okay.
It might be that the very few spots that it hits, things do not grow as well, but it's not like, a square mile gets coated with salt water.
It's better than fire. Maybe it's not ideal, but
They use planes to help break fire lines and brake lines so that
Sure.
they don't. It really isn't used that often to put out fire. If there's an emergency, like a fire crew's trapped, they might bomb them or as close as they can to them to save them. But in general, you get ahead of the fire to a point where you think you'll be able to create a line, and you water bomb that and a little buffer, and then you start bulldozing that line, and hopefully, and you give up on all the stuff burning behind it, and you hope that when it gets to there, it won't jump the line and it will stop at that point.
Great book about smoke jumpers. I think it's
Welcome
called
back,
Young
Steve.
Men and Fire.
Yeah.
It was by Peterson, but don't quote me. But awesome book about a bunch of guys who died, and they back in the. I don't know if they do this anymore in remote areas. They would jump out of airplanes like paratroopers to fight fires.
Behind the lines, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
hard.
It must be a well-paid position.
But because there may not be any roads, so it's your only choice if you want to get there quickly.
Sure. Let's get Lee here going. What up,
Evening,
brother?
all. Good evening.
Good
Hey,
evening.
Lee, been a while. Good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah, really good. Yourself?
Oh, pretty well.
Yeah. And everybody
Lee.
else?
No fire here.
Looking good with the beard, brother. Same.
No,
we both
big
work
trim.
in the beard.
Yeah. And it's snow. It's snow. Loads of snow in Manchester at the moment.
No, it's
Really?
nice.
Yeah.
Good.
So airports had problems and schools have been closed, but it's kind of today start the sun's coming back out and it's starting to melt slowly. So thank goodness. Yeah.
My son didn't go to school all week.
I'm taking my camera off so I get better.
Sure, buddy. Save up that
broadband.
data. He must have loved it, Aphid.
Yeah, because it was, he came off the 2 weeks for Christmas and New Year's, so he's been out over 3 weeks.
He's got to get back in the groove.
Yeah.
I got a question for you all. I'm sure
Sure.
if you haven't, you might have seen highlights, you might have watched it all, but this is my opinion about it. Do you think the Joe Rogan Zuckerberg interview is a big PR campaign now that Zuckerberg's got a new master?
I didn't
Yes.
watch it. I refused.
100%.
It was so obvious, wasn't it? It was like, oh
Yeah,
my God,
totally,
now you're going
totally.
back on everything.
Yeah, it just makes you realize that him and a lot of these corporate guys are really in it for one thing, the bottom
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
And he knows that what the bottom line here is, and it's going to be, he's just going to flip flop.
I will say this. I doubt many of these corporate guys are particularly progressive, but they do have an enormous amount of staff that are progressive, and
Right.
We
so
call those staph infections.
yeah, that's right, staph infection.
Yeah.
So they're even if they don't like some progressive directions that their company are doing, they're kind of a hostage to that because they make a move, their staff will firstly complain, maybe not do as good work, and then maybe leave. So,
No.
that's not to say that I think Zuckerberg has more significant interests than the bottom line. I think the bottom line is his main interest. But I'm not so sure that the way the censorship regime that Facebook had before was necessarily anything that Zuckerberg particularly approved of.
Right. But it made him obviously incredibly wealthy and the company incredibly successful.
Right, right. And that will always be the most important thing.
Exactly.
If
I would,
he,
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when he went to. Didn't he go and meet Trump? Was it about a week ago? They had a meeting together.
oh, Zuckerberg met with Trump?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then after the meeting, about a couple of days later is when he said, we're going to get rid of the fact checkers and this, that, and the other. So it's like
He
as
wants
I
to
say-
keep making money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you know goddamn well for sure that if Kamala had won, this would not be happening.
Yep.
I have
Yeah.
that same
So-
feel.
That's the
Yeah.
simple answer to everything. He's just doing it because of the state of things and because of the pulse of what he sees as what the American people want right now. And it's really flipped fast. A few years ago, cancel culture was rampant for this shit, dude. You couldn't do it. Any one of them, you could all get canceled. Now, like,
Dude, and quickly.
it's gone. That whole DEI thing is just
Yeah,
out
I
of
mean, the
window. It's
almost
wild.
all of the progressive agenda has been, the worst part of it, namely, is in retreat.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um,
The pendulum's
And-
really swung.
and about Zuckerberg, he was complaining back in March about the government's censorship efforts and how. So he didn't just wait until Trump lost to start, suggesting that maybe what he'd done before wasn't right. He
Did-
sent something.
He
I
did
was-
that after a whistleblower, right? He
Well, the
say anything
Facebook,
about-
the Twitter files came out and the Facebook files came out, and Zuckerberg responded and saying, "Yeah, a lot of that was wrong. We were pressured by the government."
Even more than that, I was shocked when he said, I heard him recently saying people from the Biden administration were calling him screaming
Yeah.
about what they were saying about COVID.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And
the
then
mass
he
reducers.
followed that up with, even though some of it was true, they still were screaming at us to stop saying it. And I'm like, wow, holy
Yeah.
shit. They're like,
I mean,
that's wild.
here's what I would say: Hey, you're an adult. You're also a billionaire. Why couldn't you just say no? Say, why don't you just hang up the phone?
Because
Well-
I think the government ultimately, and whoever they're answerable to, irrespective of his wealth and what he's got, they're more powerful.
They
could
are
bring-
more powerful. I
No,
agree.
they
But I
could
don't
bring-
I'm
and if
with
they-
you 100%. But
and
I
if they
still
don't-
don't want to. I still don't want to hear him complaining like he was a victim. He played along, even though he might have felt
Well,
extremely
the
pressured.
thing is, though, it's not impossible, is it? In your country, our country, anywhere, that ultimately the price to pay as well is, does your wife end up in a bad car accident? Does your child accidentally get run over? I mean, yeah, I would probably bow to the powers and go, okay, we'll take it down, even though it's not what I want to do. But I don't want any of my family members dying in some
Right.
weird, crazy accident, because they're all capable of doing that, carrying that out.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
never going to go paddleboarding with the Obama family.
Right. Yeah.
Are you getting any news there about all the euphoria that's and all the trouble that Elon Musk is causing in the UK at the moment with the government?
Oh
Doesn't
yeah,
ring a bell.
Yeah,
I'm following it,
yeah, crazy
and
stuff.
he's
going on?
getting a lot of complaining from the Labor Party and conservatives that he's targeted,
Too right. Well,
calling him saying he's interfering in UK politics.
With what?
What
How?
is UK politics is sheltering rapists and rape gangs? Is that
Well, he
UK
read.
politics? Is
Well,
that
this-
good? Is that
This
what
is
goes
really
on?
about the 27. This event in 27. The 2017 stuff. Am I right, Lely?
Yeah.
It's about some old stuff that people in the UK are very familiar with. But Elon was reading about it a few weeks ago, and it just totally kind of blew his mind, and he started tweeting about it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, and that just
But
set
the
off
thing
the
is,
fire.
he's touched a nerve, though. What we do know is that with all these grooming gangs and young girls being raped and given drugs and this, that, and the other, that although an inquiry was set up, it was being described by a lot of the critics as sort of a scattergun sort of inquiry where some people were prosecuted and
Right.
went to jail, but there's a lot of stuff that they basically brushed under the carpet, and some of the girls were treated like they weren't the victims, that they encouraged it, and the police got the blame. Now the reason for that is we know that there are certain populations in certain towns and cities that the police were concerned, and probably the government, that this could incite trouble because, and I'm going to say it because it's an Asian population, and that they could be out on the streets. And well, it is. I mean, there's a lot of these grooming. Everybody in the UK knows it's not about being racist. There's a lot of Pakistani groups and men that have carried this out. So it's very, very sensitive. But I think
It shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't be, and that's why it's now been reopened and asking for a new inquiry, a full inquiry. You know, every stone turned. But the thing is, at the time, you see, Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, was head of the jurisdiction, whatever it is, I forget the name now, but you couldn't get any higher. And he said, well, you know, I carried out the inquiry, it's been done, and if we have another inquiry, that means that everything that we've learned from the first inquiry, we can't put into place because we've got ways to improve the system. But if you do this second inquiry, all of that gets put on hold. Now, that's kind of him hiding behind the fact that he probably didn't do a very thorough job. So it looks like they're going to push for another inquiry, which could be very embarrassing to him. But there's a bit more history to this as well. I just do not understand this. I mean, if you're a politician, I would have thought you're supposed to be, you know, a bit like a chess player, pretty clever. So before Labour were in power, only about a year, maybe 2 years before, the Labour government were very critical, or maybe even Trump was coming to the end of this, but very critical of Trump and his party. And they made no secret of it. And David Lammy, who's now gone on to be, is now our foreign secretary, but he was like the opposing foreign secretary at the time because they weren't in power, made some very derogatory remarks towards Trump, calling him a male chauvinist, a rapist, a racist. And he actually was quoted as saying that he is no friend of Britain. So move on now a couple of years, and you've got a situation where he's now foreign secretary, and he's made now more comments about Trump, and edged his bets that Kamala was going to win, which as a politician was stupid. Now, consequently, what we've also found out is that in November 2024, 100 Labour employees traveled to the United States of America and helped campaign in swing states for Kamala Harris.
I knew that.
Yeah, and that's illegal. That's illegal.
Yeah, and Keir Starmer distanced himself from it because it was so embarrassing.
Not really. He just said they did it on their own.
Try to hide behind that, I think.
Exactly.
But the thing is, what he's done is he's that a lot of this Elon stuff is everybody kind of comes to the same conclusion, is that you reap what you sow. Do you know what I mean? As a politician, keep your cards close to your chest. Wait till you see who wins. Don't start insulting somebody who could potentially become the president and then expect them to be your friend. Now, as we know, Elon's a great friend of Trump, and he's out to cause trouble. Yeah, for now, dead right, last stance. And he's out to cause trouble. He hates the Labour, and so does Trump. He hates Keir Starmer. And this government, what you don't see and feel every day, I kid you not, is so incompetent. It is unbelievable. We've got no growth. We've had a budget which has been a sneaky way of taxing us, because they've taxed the companies with their national insurance contributions, their overall profit at the end of the year. So all the companies have turned around and said, we're going to put our prices up. It's the only way we can cope with it. And we're not going to make investment with new employees because we can't afford it. Companies are going out of business. And it's us, once again, that ends up having to pay more for goods. So in a roundabout way, it's a secret tax. The government is completely, absolutely incompetent. So anyway, sorry to bore you about that, but there's your update on UK politics.
No, I appreciate it.
Not boring at all. Not boring at all.
Yeah,
hello.
So yeah, unbelievable. But I think Labour have asked what they've asked for this. They've made an enemy of the new American government. And what pisses me off is that we love the fact that And we do secretly, if people say no, but I love the fact that our greatest ally is the United States of America. This special relationship that everyone goes on about. But Keir Starmer's done a great job in ruining that. He really has.
Huh.
Well, it's really, I don't know. It seems like a mistake for any party, whether it's Labor or the Tories, to organize as a group on behalf of partisan candidates in the United States. It's just, you never know who's going to win. The elections are always very close, no matter who it is. And you just don't want to, you want to be a neutral friend.
Yeah. You want to keep your options open.
Even if we all know that Labor is closer to the Democrats and the conservatives are closer to the Republicans. True. We all know that, and we all know who prefers who to win. But that's a different animal than actually sending troops over to campaign for your for one side.
Like I say, it reminds me. It's like the quote out of Hunter for Red October, isn't it? When he's talking to Jack and he's going to assign him to go and find out about this submarine or whatever. He goes, "I'm a politician, which means I'm a liar and a cheat. And if I'm not kissing babies, I'm stealing their lollipops. But I always keep my options open." I think,
exactly. Right. Yep.
Interesting. You want to see? I got a gift today. I went to the legal dispensary and they gave me something. They gave me a lunchbox.
Oh,
which is Grassroots is a brand that sells cannabis.
Garlic cookies doesn't sound too great, but I like the lunchbox.
Strain. I decided to put some food in the old lunchbox. We got some gummies, X-Bites, and jam gummies, all kinds of different stuff in there. So just felt like it was. And it's metal too. I mean, this thing's kind of cool. It's old school.
You could put a lot of weed in there, dude.
Yeah, you could say that. But I had run out of gummies, so it's nice to now have a new lunchbox storage container.
Every student would love to be walking to school with that lunchbox.
Yeah, it occurred to me when I'm leaving, I'm like, this is like 21 plus, but they're giving out what everyone looks at as like elementary school lunchbox. The lines are blurred a little there, but whatever.
It's a solid container, man.
It's cool. It is cool. I'm gonna grab some brews and we'll whatever you guys want for the next subject.
Hey, Philip, you haven't said much. I'm missing your perspective. I don't know. I gotta you gotta say something so I can get angry at you.
Is that how it is? I talk and you get angry with me?
Yeah, and then we love each other even though we get angry at each other.
I don't think I've ever gotten angry at you last
dance.
You've
gotten angry at me.
No.
What about perturbed?
No, I appreciate Last Dance's.
I appreciate
he's like the Ken Jennings of the Smokesteve's pub.
I don't think so.
Me and you are probably the only one that gets that joke.
Right.
Is that the guy that you were going after on Twitter about the CIA?
No.
No, he's the longest. I don't know if he still holds the record.
Jeopardy.
It might be that she might have one more than he did.
Maybe, yeah.
But Ken Jennings was the longest running, and now he's the host of Jeopardy.
Oh wow!
Which he's a pretty good host. I think
he had the record for the longest winning streak on Jeopardy for a while.
I think he does. He does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
He seems like he's charismatic and he's a good fit. It seems like.
Yep.
I didn't see why everybody hated that chick that was on there, but
yeah, I mean, I like all the hosts, even when they had Aaron Rodgers on. I thought he was just fine.
Yeah, I don't think I saw him on there.
Nobody's going to be as good as Alex Trebek, but
no,
Alex Trebek had already had decades of experience as a game show host. I remember him from High Rollers in maybe the early 80s or the late 70s.
Yeah, that's right. So, he was on some other shows.
You don't like Ken Jennings?
That's what we were just. It started because I said that Last Dance is the Ken Jennings of the Smokesteve's pub.
I think Ken Jennings does a fine job.
I know. That's what we were saying. Yeah.
I mean, I try to watch it every night. I thought Maya Bialik did a pretty damn good job too. I didn't mind having to switch back and forth, but she did have a few things that she did repeat too frequently that did get annoying. But
So you guys all watch Jeopardy that much?
I
Yeah.
only watch it because my wife likes watching the Today Show, which I really don't just love. But so it's on at my shop. It's on in the daytime, and I just want something on in the background. So it stays on pretty much all day, and that comes on late. Well, there's two. I don't know. One's a rerun, I guess. Maybe there's 2 episodes that come on in the afternoon.
I almost never see Jeopardy, so
I would think you would like it because you're a fact guy. You like knowledge, So
Calling out all the answers.
I'm not that good. I'm not. I know some things. It's interesting that the categories are. They ask the contestants kind of what they're good at, and they pick some categories for each contestant, maybe one, so that they're expected to be the expert in that category.
right.
And something like Ken Jennings, he would often be the expert in his opponent's categories. He was so smart.
Right.
Yeah.
So, that's how they end up, that's why people don't last that long, is that they definitely tailor categories to the guest's expertise.
For sure.
I was watching, just by pure coincidence, about a week ago, I started to watch Mad Max.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I've seen it like years ago, but I just a bit of nostalgia, really cool. And then by pure coincidence, as I said, Mel Gibson's on going back to Joe Rogan. I don't know if you watched the interview, which was pretty cool. But I didn't realize, because I've always it's a bit like Sylvester Stallone and Arnie, soft spot for them because they were in the movies when I was growing up. But I didn't realize he'd been an alcoholic and a drug addict and this, that, the other. Did you see him on Joe Rogan?
Like the rite of passage for Hollywood.
Yeah,
I did not.
it's worth watching. I mean, he's an interesting guy, but I don't know whether he was wired when he was on. I don't know if he was coked up. He was drinking phenomenal amounts of water.
I think he's straight edge now, but
Oh, is he?
he's got. I mean, his mind was definitely affected by his lifestyle.
Yeah, for sure. It's a bit sad in some ways, but he's
He's a
still
religious fanatic now, I think.
Yeah, he's very religious. Yeah,
But
yeah.
he's not the only one taking that train. I mean, Denzel Washington now is taking that train.
Really?
Yeah,
Surprising.
his own
Oh,
church.
no.
I think Apocalypto is groundbreaking, incredible movie. I think
Amazing. Yeah.
like movie changing. Like I'd never seen anything before or after that was like that. And he was the director of that. I think it was his idea too.
Yeah, it was. He talks about. You'll enjoy the interview, Steve, if you watch it.
Cool.
What was the film he did about Jesus as well? What was that one called?
The Passion of
Passion of
Christ.
Christ. Because he said it's taken 7 years to write with him and his brother, but he's the next movie he's, I think, releasing next year is Christ the Resurrection. And the way he was explaining it, I thought this sounds good. It's going to be good.
If you understand symbolism, that movie is a cult. That Christ is Lucifer. And just throw that out there for the peanut gallery.
When he comes back?
I don't know about this new movie that he's creating for Passion.
Well, the
of Christ.
resurrection, isn't it? Is that he comes back, doesn't he? He meets with the disciples again
Okay.
after he's been crucified.
I look forward to the symbolism, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's not a fan of the Jews, though, right?
Yeah, remember that?
I think he kind of touches on that in the interview, in that he certainly puts his hands up and says he made mistakes, and I think it was during that period of time, his peak drug addiction, that he sort of says, I was saying things and doing things that I just shouldn't have said and wasn't me. So maybe we've got to take him at face value on that. But
did he accuse one of the cops of being Jewish and berate him for it?
Seems like
'Cause of
Last
his
Dance would
name?
remember this.
No, I don't.
He was drunk and just throwing
yeah, I
slurs
remember
out.
that.
He got pulled over and
Yeah.
he was hammered.
It's funny. The Jew insults? No, I don't remember. He was drunk. Oh, yeah, I remember. Like that time. Not exactly. Go ahead.
People have biases. That's fine. They have prejudices. That's fine. It's what they do with it that matters. And just because he said some things that were smacked of Jew hatred when he was drunk is not very significant. Now, if he acted on those things, in ways that were, made life difficult, then that would be significant.
Right.
But I'm not saying it's okay to go on an anti-Semitic rant. I'm just
That's
saying it's not the end of the world. Don't cancel the guy. Don't, put him
Like
in
Kramer.
like Kramer, right?
It's
Move,
worse.
move on.
What? Poor Kramer. That's a shame.
Yeah, that joke didn't go over well, and it was a joke because he's not racist. But
He was a
Yeah.
one trick. He was a
It
one
was-
trick pony.
It was terrible. It was not even funny.
yeah, it was.
And he was doing it because someone heckled him and he wanted to get him back.
Yeah, it was.
Now, I don't think he should have, I don't think that should have been the last time anybody had him on doing stand up, but that it was basically.
Well, he was
Yeah.
on the Letterman show. Remember that when Jerry was on there? It was so uncomfortable.
Oh, well,
Well, they had him back on Curb Your Enthusiasm, and he was he looked
Really?
nervous in front of the camera. He
Oh, I'm
didn't-
sure he seems like he would not be emotionally capable of continuing on after that.
I mean,
Ew.
the fucking show is syndicated on multiple channels. I know he gets a cut, so
Oh yeah, he don't have to worry about getting paid.
no.
he's all set.
I mean, just
So-
Seinfeld royalties, if those still happen, he'll be set till he passes away, man.
Well, I think that's what he's
That-
saying.
That's
what
what
we're talking about.
syndication
Oh, I
is.
thought
Yeah,
you said Curb Your
exactly.
Enthusiasm. Never mind.
No. Curb's not syndicated at all. It's HBO, so I don't think.
It gets a ton of money from HBO though. They pay well to
I'm
the
sure.
stars.
Yeah.
But yeah, they pay well to Larry David, but not
Mhm.
Kramer. Probably got minimal.
for-
Why don't we
for
call
his-
him Michael Richards? Why do we keep calling him Kramer? Because that's his only thing we know.
I don't.
Who's-
I don't. Do
yeah,
well
who's
with
Mike-
that name.
Who's Michael Richards?
That's his name. Yeah. And Costanza is always going to be Costanza, never whatever the fuck his name is.
Jason
Jason
Alexander.
Alexander.
Yeah.
Jason
No,
Alexander.
Hello, Newman.
I mean, Elaine, yeah, she's always going to be Elaine.
Yeah.
Although
She's
she had,
in The Boys
she's
now,
had-
right?
she was in the Veep, wasn't that what it was called? She's had many
oh, yeah,
roles. She's had a long
Yeah.
career
Yeah,
after.
no, she's in Marvel. She's like a secret character in Marvel that's going to be revealed coming up. She
Hmm.
sneaks in different movies here and there as like this dark agent, but they don't ever really explain her character. So I'm pretty sure she's going to be coming up in something.
And speaking earlier, we were talking about plastic surgery. She's one who has avoided the downfall of that, and she's still exquisite.
good for
She
her.
does. She
Yeah.
looks great. She looks great.
Incredible. For
Every time
you know,
I see her, I'm like, gosh, man, she just doesn't age.
right, 92 or something. We saw her, and she barely looks a year or two old. I mean, she's
She's
aged,
probably-
but
It's
She's
because of
probably
how she dances.
She's probably
Literally-
60 years old at least.
it might be, man. It
That's
might
the
be.
Trump dance. That's
She was definitely in her 20s, and it came out over 30 years ago. So,
Yeah.
shit, unbelievable.
aging naturally, man. I hope that comes back as a viral thing for the younger generation instead of plastic.
Yeah, and
I think
Seinfeld-
I think she's totally loaded too.
Oh yeah, she's rich.
Probably.
No,
She's,
I mean
uh,
not just from her own well-being.
She's from the Dreyfus family.
Yeah.
So
Richard, Mr. Dreyfus.
You
I
know,
assume.
like the Dreyfus funds. that financial.
Oh, not Richard Dreyfus.
Not Richard Dreyfus. No.
That was a bad impression.
I
There
She's
is.
six. She's
hey, Grandy, welcome back.
am a Grandy.
she's 63.
You're muted, my
Unreal.
man.
Wow. That's shh.
She's a top-notch 63-year-old. Top-notch.
You got to unmute, McGrandy.
Shh.
She's worth $250 million too.
God
Wow.
damn. Well,
Wow.
actually, Jerry's worth more than that.
Good
It
to
sounds. It sounds more when you say $250 million over 250 million. Quarter
take
of a
either.
billion sounds
Take either
way
one.
more.
I'll take
It does,
either one of
doesn't
those.
it?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
They both sound pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Jerry made more than that off of that office Seinfeld.
Good to
He's
see
worth-
you, Bucks Corp. Good to have you here.
Did you ever watch his riding in cars with celebrities? I've only seen a couple episodes, but it was an interesting premise.
Yeah,
Hilarious.
I've seen him. Yeah.
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 Very
Oh,
funny.
Jerry's worth $1 billion.
Oh, nice.
with a
Bubba
B.
Bill.
He's
Yeah.
pretty laid. He's pretty low profile, honestly, for that.
He did
Well.
a movie. I didn't see it, but I had horrible reviews. I was kind of excited about it.
He did a movie?
I think it was just for HBO, I believe, or maybe it was
No,
Netflix.
that movie about the
Serial.
cereal monster.
I don't think it was a monster. What was it?
Was it cereal something? I saw the ad for it.
It had something to do with like breakfast food,
Was
they
it a
did-
and there was
horror?
ton of stars in it. But it was
Was it comedy?
yeah, it was a comedy.
Pop
Okay.
Tarts.
Pop. Maybe that's. I think you're right. I think you're right.
That
Why
does
is
ring
it?
a bell.
Wife
And
said
it just was. It just got slammed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was a creative project. It doesn't sound to me like you. How could you make a movie about friggin' Pop Tarts and expect it to be successful? I mean,
Yeah, but how could you make a series that was so successful? A series about nothing.
Yeah.
yeah,
Unfrosted.
it's true. And then
Unfrosted is what it was called.
Okay.
classic, and those are the worst Pop Tarts. And
Oh,
then
it was based on a
McGrath-
true.
I disagree.
McGrath, they go ahead and they make an episode about them plugging a show about nothing on the show that's about nothing. So
Yeah.
fucking brilliant.
I know that was I enjoyed earlier listening to you guys talk about the series because it was truly, greatness in action, just hilarious.
Good vibing too for all the cast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hilarious.
all of them. One of my best characters was the postman.
Newman,
Newman.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Newman.
Newman.
Wayne Knight,
Hello, Newman.
Wayne Knight, great actor.
Yeah, and he played the same character in Jurassic Park,
Kind
like
of.
the
Yeah,
same
he
character
did.
type.
Exactly. I think they cast these guys a lot like that.
Yeah,
'Cause you see those similarities, like
greasy.
like the big one on Netflix is the Outlanders, or the people that crash in the plane and,
Haven't seen
and
it.
land on an island. Oh, you haven't seen it?
I haven't seen
Oh.
them either.
Oh my goodness! If you guys want to
TV
get a
series
little
or movie?
addiction, we're talking like 7 years of a series or 6
Oh,
years.
plenty of
It's-
seasons.
Yeah, and
Cool.
yeah, and it's rich. I mean, if it depends, I'm a sci-fi guy, so
Hell yeah, man.
yeah.
That's what's
And
that.
and 100 is good on Netflix as well.
Okay.
That's
I mean, all the way to the end though. I feel like they really.
well,
lost the
sometimes
plot.
they jimmy it, sometimes they, but
It was very interesting to start. I'll give you that. And then about 3 seasons in, I was like, yeah, this kind of lost. the
yeah,
plot.
sometimes you walk,
Yeah.
like Preacher. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. That's
Never.
really bizarre because it's
Reacher
Anyway,
or Preacher?
Preacher
Preacher.
with a P.
not
Okay,
not
that's
not
interesting.
the special forces
Jack
guy.
Reacher.
Right.
The one who's like a country preacher who's really anyway. There's so many weird ones
Walker.
out there.
You know what, Seinfeld? Just
Mm-hmm.
quickly, just circle back to that.
Sure.
Do you
Yeah,
know
of
that
course.
they would take and satire parts out of movies? For example, the one about the bro or the man's ear that Kramer and George's dad, Frank, were kind of teaming up to make this thing. There's a part where they're in the street together and the German tour bus goes by. And Kramer's like, yo, it's tourists. I'll fake mug you. And that'll make them feel like they're in real New York. And he fake mugs them. And then the German tour bus follows them down the road or whatever. And the woman who's yelling at him is pointing, that is him. That is him. This is a direct scene from the movie Marathon Man. When they see the Weiss-Eye Gel, the white angel, the angel of death from the death camp in Marathon Man in the streets of New York City. And this woman is saying it the same way it is from this movie, which was an absolutely
Wow.
brilliant movie.
I never knew
And-
that.
Yeah, and then that's when Kramer, he pulls out of his jacket, it's the bro, and he shows it up to the Germans. And then now the Germans, being a kinky people, they transition back to jokes. And the the Germans are all laughing and giggling about a man's ear. The man I mean, it's brilliant. You gotta like,
Yeah.
you know, the
Can't get in
time
trouble
when
for
they.
that though.
No, it was ambiguous enough that you couldn't make it like a direct connection. But
Okay.
um,
Sneaky.
there's another scene like in the one where they kidnap the little tiny dog that's barking and they bring it to upstate New York. And when they let it go, it rips Kramer's shirt. And then when the cops find the dog, it has the shirt attached to the collar. At the end of that one, they go and arrest Newman. Newman answers the door smoking a cigarette. And he says, "What took you so long?" I can't remember the movie that's from, but it's from an old like cops and robbers movie from the 50s, like Bogey, you know, Bacall or whatever.
I think it was used many times actually, but
they
that's,
you know,
they had the greatest writers, and I don't even know it can't be all Seinfeld. So they had a cast of writers that were just like brilliant, man.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Larry David.
I mean, and they were tapping into all kinds of real life themes, and that's what made it so interesting.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, if anybody has never, that would be like one of the greatest suggestions you could say to anybody who's never been to America. You know, they come to America, watch Seinfeld, watch the whole friggin' season, all of it.
Do you think New York's culture is even close at all to the culture of Seinfeld?
At the time?
Because Seinfeld was close, I think, to the New York lifestyle and culture back then. It wasn't very far-fetched.
Yeah, I think it's not anymore. I think
it's a period piece, and it was accurate.
It will be dated, but
I think
it was my life. It was my time too. So
I think it was. I think the circumstances were appropriate during the time that it was presented to us. As far as, but today, no, it's a different world, man.
Do you like the Lost in Space remake, McGrandy?
No, not at all.
Okay. You're the generation when the original came out.
I used to watch it on TV. I never really liked. Dude, I used to see my exciting ones were smoke jumpers. There was one where they had guys that would jump into fires. How prophetic that is today.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And Sky King. The guy had a
they made a show about that.
He had a King Air.
Yeah, an Alaskan
aircraft.
King Air.
Alaskan Air. Beautiful. And I've been on a Queen Air, which is overwing. They're both overwing, I believe. And motors, the wings are on the top, and motors are next to you. And
what does he call it when you go a whole loop in a plane, like upside down? A barrel roll or no?
Barrel roll.
Yeah, it is.
Like that.
No.
Oh, okay.
But this was forward and upside down. He did one of those in that friggin' plane, and
he did.
Really?
It was 10 feet from the water when he finished it.
Wow. That's a King Air. Like I said, I've been on the Queen Air, and that's they're beefy, man. You could feel the motors next to you, and there's not much insulation in there. I've been in the back. I'm not flying it, but they're
Do you guys think that? I mean, honestly, every time I see that, it pops up on Instagram. Like 80% of the people are talking about this guy like he's a legend. He's not some psychopath criminal who destroyed a $20 million plane and risked other people's lives.
I think it's a very sad story. It's a guy who committed suicide.
Oh,
and I think if you listen to him talking to the air traffic controller, there's a certain endearing quality to his voice. When the guy's like, you pulled off that roll. Now, come on, bring that plane in. And
well, it's interesting. Remember,
he says, do you think they'll give me a job? And the air traffic controller's like, they'll give you anything after what you just pulled off. And the guy's like, nah, I think I'll just.
Do you remember they had scrambled Air Force or maybe Air Force Reserve, and there were jets watching him, and they were like, he just did a barrel roll. These fighter pilots, they were stunned. They were absolutely stunned.
And he was a novice as well, right? He wasn't even a pilot.
No, he wasn't a pilot.
I don't even think he was. I think he was like a baggage guy.
I think he was actually a mechanic.
He was a mechanic. Yeah.
Was he a mechanic? Okay.
he had access, and he
Right.
probably sat in the thing a lot. He might not have been able to land it.
No, he
That-
probably had no idea how to land it, but
Yeah.
I think he would have stood a better chance had he attempted to land it.
then crashing into the side of a mountain. I'll give you that. Yeah.
You know what? He didn't
I
hurt
would not.
anybody else. He didn't crash into a populated area.
No, he
But
crashed
you
on
know
an
what? His voice was endearing though. There was a
Definitely.
sense of calm about it, and it was really it was really bizarre.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Definitely.
he was just a kid, wasn't he? I mean,
20s?
in his 20s, yeah.
20s,
It's
yeah.
I think the thing about him was he was so like there was a certainty. It wasn't like there was any doubt. You
I
know,
mean, I can pull it up here if you guys want to watch a little
Yeah.
of it.
that might be interesting.
So, did they ever figure out what in his life was he about to lose his job, or what was the?
I saw a documentary, but I can't really remember. I
Okay.
mean, it
That's
was
interesting.
usually it's something that you could get past,
Oh, wow, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah, but he was in the fucking plane. He was committed, man. He figured he was doing like 5 years in federal penitentiary or something for that shit. So
Exactly.
yeah, he was going through with it.
And his life would have been ruined because,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
Maybe not. If he'd have brought her down, maybe not.
yeah. I mean,
I'm gonna grab a beer.
I mean, I don't know if I want to watch that. Now I'm depressed looking at it.
yeah.
Let me bring up another subject, but we can go back to this. So there's a new thing that newspapers are doing now. It's becoming a trend around the country, and I think it is mostly because I heard a list of the newspapers that are doing it. And the one at the top of the list was the Boston Globe. They're deleting stories about people's criminal behavior that weren't necessarily very violent, in helps of like cleaning up people's reputation. So, felonies and misdemeanors, they are deleting stories about people so long as they weren't like, violent felonies, murders, or sexual nature crimes, things of that nature, or huge money embezzlement type, blue chip type crimes. They're now getting rid of older stories about people's lower level felony and misdemeanors. Do you agree with that sort of thing?
I do not. If it was worth writing about in the first place, it's worth keeping as an element of history.
I would agree with Last Dance. I think really what's going on is if you look at coincidentally, there was a story today about a Dubai investor who was coming into the United States and was going to build
I heard about him.
centers where they store all that data. And I think what's going on is we're probably hitting Last Dance. You might agree. You know how they have all these facilities, they're hardened, and they've got the hard drives everywhere, and not everywhere. And maybe we're starting to fucking find
centers that store all that data. They're called They're called data centers.
Maybe we're starting to the world we live in today. Can you only imagine the type of energy and resources necessary for this?
You think
even this
no,
where we are today?
It's not about storage.
Well, okay, but I'm saying there's a coincidence that they need more storage, which probably we do anyway, and may have nothing to do with this story. But anyway, I agree with you though. I don't think anybody should be deleting anything.
I see it from both sides. I will say I see it from the side of a 20-something-year-old kid. Maybe he got a DUI, crashed into a bridge, and caused structural damage to the bridge that cost a ton of money, and he just fucked up. We've all here at some point in our lives driven drunk, gotten away with it. This kid didn't, and he
So
that story now chases him around for the remaining 60 years or so of his existence, provided he lives to be an old man. And it was a fairly innocent fuck up. But yeah, those innocent fuck ups can also result in, if he had crashed into a bus and killed 9 people, so the variations of the results can be drastic, obviously. I guess that's the point. Do you keep the one that had no other human damage, but maybe it was a big story, it caused traffic for a year?
But who's going to calling that out? Who's going to be the one making that decision? Who? Now it's what happened. It happened. We should all know about it or not know about it. And then if the authorities found no fault or did find fault, then it's life, man.
So I think it just requires us to adjust. It doesn't require that we delete stories.
Yeah.
Smokesteve, you said it yourself. Who hasn't done this? You would probably not hold that against him just for something he did when he was young once.
Right.
And neither would I.
Me neither.
And we all need to take into account that, that's just part of.
But you can't hide from shit. Like in our world.
I mean, here's the difference. The newspaper would have published that 50 years ago, and it would be forever in their archives. It's just harder to find. You'd have to go to the physically go and look it up.
That's true.
Whereas now you never have to leave. All these archives are available at your fingertips, and all you have to do is type in the name into Google, and it finds it for you.
Right.
Okay. So let me ask you, Last Dance, since you mentioned that. There are services, because I've known people that have tried to utilize them, that can diminish your exposure on Google, for example.
Right.
Can you explain how that works? You pay them a fee, and
I don't know how they would do it for Google, to be honest. That seems like those.
Well, I think what they do is they flood.
That's one way to do it, is to flood the name with bogus stories associated with the name. I mean,
and bury the.
The thing is that Google is always working. It's a measure countermeasure game, where these reputation companies will work to sanitize you, and Google will work to subvert the methods that these reputation companies are using. So, it might work for a while, but you might end up not, in the long term, your information may still be easily findable after Google realizes that this is some bogus reputation enhancement company.
Sure. Although for the average human or person, they're not going to spend a lot of time on that.
These companies, they put out bogus court orders that they send to Google where the bogus court tells them to remove certain articles or people from their indexes. Now, Google used to obey these before they realized they were being had, and then they stopped obeying them. So it's always a game of cat and mouse. That
it is, and it's going to be rife with AI, as Zuckerberg was just saying in the interview he gave recently. When stuff gets reported on Facebook, often the complaints get farmed out to these secondary companies, and they get between 30 and 40 seconds to review something, and that's it. So, I mean, that means you got to have a human being look at every reported post from every fucking social media. Do you know how much time that's going to add up to?
Well, I think
incredible number.
That's actually, in a microcosm, was what killed LiveLeak. That encroaching responsibility during that evolutionary period, aphid.
Yeah, it's interesting you brought that up.
And then it encroached upon them, and then of course Brexit came along. Hey, there he is.
Exactly. There's the dog. Is that a Mary Lou's cup?
Hey man, I'm glad you changed your mind.
Topple.
What up?
Topple looks like he lost a little weight.
He's been sick as fuck, bro.
And fucking what do you call it?
He looks
strep throat. That's nasty shit.
He had it all. He had it all. Marburg fever, Ebola, fucking hemorrhagic. He's fucking had it everything. The triple threat.
He had Marburg, huh?
and that tick fever.
Marburg virus. I remember that.
He got that tick that bit him. He couldn't eat meat for a month. Last Dance keeps getting bit by that since like 1984.
It's been hanging off his ass for a long time.
Those deer ticks.
I just leave them on.
Deer. Damn those deer.
We're good friends by now.
See how it kind of sits to the side?
Longest relationship I've ever had.
Symbiotic. It's your remora, whatever they call it. I think that is what it is, right? A remora. Yeah, Topple. Where the fuck did he go?
He's in Jamaica. I tried to bug him, and I was surprised he popped in.
Jamaica, man, nice, good for him. Lucky.
He's actually in Jamaica.
Well,
Who?
I don't know if he's telling the truth, but
He might be in Queens.
Jamaica, Queens. Yeah, I don't know. That it looked like he was at his place, but what do I know?
Topple not telling the truth? Come on.
Exactly.
That's never happened.
I've been to Jamaica. You guys been to Jamaica?
No, man.
I got searched 4 times in the airport there.
Oh,
nice.
No.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Were they gentle?
Well, it was an experience for me.
Yeah, I would like to go, but it's not high on my list.
Yeah. It's really it's like going to West Africa.
I mean, I knew Jamaicans who would tell me if you go to certain places in Kingston, you will get killed. They'll murder you.
Kingston's bad news. You got to go to the resorts, but even the resorts are bordered off. What you need to know somebody.
Yeah, my
go
buddy,
to the back country.
My buddy went down there for his honeymoon some years ago, and
that's where my parents went.
He hit a ball off into the rough and went out there, and there was a couple army guys standing there with automatic rifles. Then he realized they were on the perimeter of the entire 18-hole golf course.
Yeah,
it's like, holy
JDF, man.
Jesus,
they're very serious.
How many tourists are actually killed in Jamaica?
None, because the army is protecting them.
It's protected.
I didn't realize that
they're probably safer than the Dominican Republic.
Maybe. I didn't realize that Rastafari dudes were the women can't do nothing, and they're totally like male chauvinistic.
It's a total bizarre religion.
I had no idea. I just thought they smoked a lot of weed.
Wait, no, Aphid. You know who the Messiah is? Haile Selassie.
Yep.
The Emperor of Ethiopia, or former.
That was a while ago.
Isn't Jehovah? Yeah. Jah is the god of weed.
Jah
will provide.
Bonus question, McGrand. Do you know what Haile Selassie's birth name was?
No, I do not. Thank you. If you can inform me, I'd be happy.
You ready for this?
Yes, sir.
Ras Tafari was his birth name.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Rastafari.
So they are like David.
You're freaking me out, man.
Like David Koreshians, the Koreshians there, and like the Rastafarians are taking his name as their religion. Yeah.
Wow.
Bingo. Christian. You know, the name of Christ.
Your marijuana knowledge is off the charts, man.
I know. That freaked me out.
We know what your category would be in jeopardy.
They're super controlling, though. I had no idea.
Yeah. And they hate pigs. God almighty.
They do hate pigs.
Like police.
Pigs. Like
Abrahamic
oink, oink, oink. Yeah, it's so funny you say that, because I had that problem. When I was in Guantanamo, I worked with a lot of Jamaicans, and that was like right around the Michael Manley period, which is right there where what's his name, Bob Marley was just coming out, you know, and I used to work with them. I got along with them. I used to yell at them because they were so slow. They would drag. They wouldn't carry a shovel. They would drag it, and I used to yell at them and say, no one. We had to go to lunch. We only had a half an hour. We were in a pickup truck, and I had to yell at them to come on, let's go. And they dragged their shit. I'm like, they get in the truck, and I'm like, no wonder you guys live in a third world nation, man. You can't even pick up your fucking shovels instead of carrying him and getting the goddamn thing. Anyway, that was a little quick story.
Jesus, sounds like
Anything
Cool
heavier
Hand
than
Luke.
Yeah, but anyway, they were cool. They were all cool. They were all cool. And
Yeah.
There
most
is
of the
a-
time, but the most amazing thing is they got me through the airport. I met a couple of them. I landed in Jamaica when I told you Kingston, and I got searched. And I'm going to try and be quick here because I know I watch my shows.
It's
and
impossible.
I know. Because I watch NBC, CBS News on Sunday mornings. That's why. So
CBS Sunday Morning
yeah.
with the trumpets at the beginning,
Yes, exactly.
played by Wynton Marsalis.
Oh, another. It's
And
beautiful, man. Thank you.
Wife likes that.
So anyway, I lost my identification.
Jamaicans
I'm flying
got you through the airport.
Kingston. I
Pretty
got
impressive.
it, but when I lost my ID, I went to the base provost guy, and I said, I lost my ID. You know me, and he had, oh yeah, I got your record here, and he made me a new ID. I flew from Guantanamo Bay to Miami through Jamaica with a ID from Guantanamo Bay.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah, wife
you
here
couldn't do that today.
No, wife's talking about Bob Marley. I had been talking to her about this not long ago, but he had a foot injury from he was a really good soccer player, and when he went in, they discovered near his toes was a very aggressive form of cancer. So the doctor said, "Well, we're going to have to amputate part of your foot." And he said, "No, Rastafarians go to heaven whole, and you can't do that. We don't allow our body to be taken apart at
Really?
all." And he died. That cancer spread fairly quickly and killed him. And
Do
so,
you know,
in a sense, that her comment is correct. Sadly, so.
Wow, that's
His next
bizarre.
album would have been Bob Marley and the Parrots.
I mean,
can
he
get-
was
I can
so
get-
good, man. He would have been incredible if he lived. Same like with so many that died young, but he was
Yeah.
one that we would have.
Was he
God.
27 or was he older than that?
He was much older than that, but
40 or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, I've got a really, really interesting little tidbit of information about this.
Will it be quick?
It'll be quick. The guy who made him famous was he's a white Jamaican. You guys know his name? Perlman or anyway.
Producer?
Bill Gates.
They actually just did a documentary about Bob Marley, and they interviewed this guy. The guy who made it happen, the publicist, and he's a white Jamaican.
That doesn't narrow it down for me particularly.
I don't remember his name, and it drives me crazy because the only reason I know about him is because I know a homeless guy on my bike rides who lives in a park who is actually his illegitimate son.
Yeah, that sounds like
I know it sounds
an
crazy, right?
unassailable source.
And Last Dance, I would have believed you, but I saw the documentary and I saw the interview with the supposed father, and there was a likeness there, and I've heard this guy. He's a white guy, and he's talking like I'm hanging in the park. They show up with a lot of Jamaicans around here, and they show up, and he turns on the patois, whatever it is. And
No, you got it right. Jamaican patois.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes after it.
That's
So
cool.
Anyway, interesting tidbit. I don't know how
I wanna
accurate
do a
that is,
tidbit.
but
I
if
wanna
we
do a
could find
tidbit.
out that guy's name, I could get a picture of the guy.
Right. Compare the two, it would be like Meet the Parents.
No,
when
I'm telling you. No,
at the
he
end
knows
when
whose dad is. He knows whose dad is.
the
He's
kid
just
looks like Greg.
He's illegitimate.
Looks like Walker.
He's the illegitimate son. His mom was someone
An
else.
illegitimate son.
You know what I'm talking about? Meet the Parents at the end, like
Yeah.
Walker. The kid looks like him. That shit was hilarious, dude. Very funny.
Meet the Falkers.
No, I think it was Meet the Parents, the first one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, it was the second
What?
one.
Once you started talking about milking
Okay.
cats, that was
Yeah,
better
you're right.
for me.
It's the second one.
I want to do a quick tidbit. So everyone here's heard blood clot. All right, everyone's like, yeah.
Yeah,
That's,
I
you
used
guys
to.
know what that
They
means?
also say that.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're
Blood,
talking about.
blood.
So the Jamaicans say blood clot, but what it actually derives from is blood cloth. So when someone calls someone blood clot, they're calling them a used tampon.
Exactly.
Wow.
There
Exactly.
you go. There's your tidbit.
Often that would.
I've
Often
never
that would
heard that
change.
phrase used, and now I know more than I need to about it.
I
Yeah.
always heard it as bomba clot,
Yeah.
but
No, I used to hear that because it evolves. It's like the old telephone game, Steve. But I was with
Sure.
the Jamaicans. They used to say it exactly like that, RW.
Yeah,
Blood
I get
clot.
called a tampon all the
Blood
time.
clot. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I
There-
learned soon enough because Guantanamo was a pretty boring place. There was one Jamaican bar we could go to. It was funny because back then,
I thought there was a bunch of bars in Guantanamo.
no, there's a couple, but back then
the torture
that's
bar,
like
the
it's a
hanging
low
bar.
you could
There's
it's a low level bar. You know what I mean?
32 bars per cell.
There's one right after another.
Right.
No, the best place was the Chiefs Club, but I won't go into that because
How?
because that was decent and respectful. This
There
is
you
like
go.
this is like a workers. This is these are company people. You know what I mean? They're not Navy.
Well done. Lots of
Different.
bars and lots of water sports at Guantanamo.
I'm not sure how to take that. I don't know.
Waterboarding?
Well,
there.
Waterboarding, yeah.
I'll tell you the first time I went to the Chiefs Club. I can tell you a story you guys fucking freak out over. You want to hear it?
Did they tequila board you?
Aphids ready.
Mm. I went. I got to give you a little background.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I was only there a couple of months. I had a broken hand. I broke my hand like in the first month, and we go there, and it's a bunch of guys, are new guys. They're all like from Central Florida, redneck fuckers, and
The South Floridians think they're so much better than the
Yeah.
Central.
no, it's not
Floridians.
at all. They were not orderly in any way, and I had the barracks with them. You know, I'd be in the barracks with them, and they were animals. But I'm an animal too. They didn't know that, but I'm a more civilized because I'm used to control. So we go to the Chiefs Club one night, and there's about 7 of us, and so the chief is at the front door. This is the chief, and I walk in, and I show him my ID, and he
What
goes,
does that mean, the chief?
he's like the top NCO,
Okay.
and that's their club. That's their club.
What's his rank? Is that it? Chief in the
Like-
Navy?
Yeah, it's like a sergeant major in
Oh wow.
in the Army.
Mhm.
So that's their operation. So I walk in. He says, "Well, you can't come
I was
in."
thinking the same thing, Mr. E.
He said, "You can't come in." So I went, "All right." I said, "I appreciate that, thank you." And I went outside, and I went out to one of the pickup trucks we were on. And I sat on the back of the pickup truck, and I sat there, and in about 8 minutes, Shore Patrol shows up. You got military police running all over the place. We got guys. I'm seeing guys coming out of there. Guys that I went in there with. They're scattering in the parking lot.
What the hell was going on?
Yeah, what was wrong?
They were being assholes. They
Oh, you mean they
didn't want to
called?
leave. They didn't want to leave. So they're out there. They're looking for these guys. They were threatening the chief, which you can't do that. Anyway, they were fucking rounding these fuckers. All I got to do is, so one Shore Patrol guy comes up to me with a flashlight, shines it in my face, and the chief's with him. And he goes, "What about this guy?" He goes, "Oh, no. He left. He said thank you, and he left." And all I got to do is tell you that the rest of them were gone the next day. They fucking arrested him. They put him on a fucking plane, the first plane that left the base, and they put him on it. So, pretty interesting.
Hey, McGrandy, did you hear about the Humvees that got stolen in Cali 2 days ago?
Humvees
Yeah.
in
Electric?
California?
I don't think they were electric. Two of them
You
were
said
machine
Cali.
gun mounted.
Oh, machine gun. Do you mean military?
Military
Listen.
Humvees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stolen
Sorry.
from the Army.
Yeah,
I didn't
Army
know
Reserve
about
in Upland, California. Or no,
But
sorry.
with no 50 cals.
Custom.
No,
I don't
but
know.
with-
Well,
they had the mounts, but not.
Well, that's just a big hole in the top.
Yeah,
There's-
yeah.
Without the gun,
but
it's not.
RW, Secretary under, I think it was George Bush, replaced the Humvees with the MRAP, the big motherfuckers. Those Humvees are death vehicles, man. They're not as potent as you think they are.
Yeah, I mean, the
It's
guys
neat.
were.
If they would have stole 3 MRAPs, I'd be concerned. But
It's kind of hard to be inconspicuous in an MRAP.
yeah,
Taking it
that's
back
true.
to the hood.
Yeah,
I mean, a Humvee is bad enough. These are, light brown. They're obviously
Yeah.
military things, and they're
Probably
pretty
super
big.
easy to jump, I bet.
it's funny. There's a special forces armory very close to where I used to work, and it's on a specific spot, and I won't mention its location, but I can usually tell what type of intentions they're planning for just by looking at the camouflage on the vehicles in the parking lot, because they change according to geopolitical concerns.
Interesting.
Happy birthday, Bucks Corp.
Bucks is 50.
Well, sometimes they're jungle, sometimes they're
He's
desert.
fitting.
Sure. Sometimes they're white.
Has Bucks
That
Corp
too.
been on here?
Months ago,
He's
but
been in the chat. Has
he
been
pops
on?
in. He pops in and
He's
says hi.
Okay.
He's an old live leaker.
Yeah, and he was more regular with Hayden doing it.
Right.
He stuck around for a bit after I took it over, but like most people, he left because it's not that good.
Oh, come on.
But that's fine. I know that. I mean, I don't do shit.
my
I'm gonna
problem.
be-
I
I'm
love
gonna
No,
base
it's
it here.
because of all the Americans.
That's all we do is pretty much just at least me, I catch a
But-
buzz
but
and chat,
it's-
which is fine, and
Yeah.
all good.
I just want to just to finish up the Humvee thing. I looked in it real quick to try and get an idea of it, and it says that this is the 4th time in the last 5 years that Humvees have been stolen from military sites in California.
Does it say how often they were recovered after being stolen?
I'll let you know.
I mean, I don't know what you do with it. What do you? I mean, it sticks out like a sore thumb. A cop's going to see a camo colored Humvee. Obviously, it's a military version of it, and they're just going to, they're going to see who, someone doesn't look like a soldier in it, and the game's going to be up then. So,
Well, there's a number here to call if anyone spots the 3 missing Humvees, so you can
Yeah,
talk to the police department.
They're pretty huge.
right.
I don't know if even they would barely fit. I guess they would fit in a garage, but man, it would be tight.
You have to fit it in the chop shop real quick.
But if they're going at it for what, scrap, it's not worth shit. It's not worth the risk. The engine isn't worth anything comparatively, unless you're going to put it in something else that has the same engine mounts.
Yeah,
or you're going to
they're-
build some fucking vehicle. I don't know.
Can
It
you
doesn't
fit it in
make
the
any
tractor
sense.
trailer?
Right? There's no.
Yeah,
I feel like it's kids fucking off. They're like, well, we could go steal like another Hyundai and joyride around, or we could go steal a fucking Humvee and joyride around.
you're a bigger threat with a Toyota pickup truck. Much more efficient and has the same armament, basically.
Well, I think one
than
of
a
these
standard
Humvees,
Humvee.
one of these
Well, some of-
Humvees was
some of 'em are-
armored.
Well, that's something. But
Well, they're not armored, are they?
One of them that they stole was.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you're going to use them to do something like rob the Brinks truck or something like that, you know,
That's
I mean,
not going to work.
If I'm in a Brinks truck and I see a military Humvee, coming around there, I'm going to be loading up and getting ready.
right? That's when the gun hole, you stick that sucker out. and
Right,
start-
exactly.
But the armor, yeah.
But
I hear you.
I would be more concerned of how many missing RPGs they brought back from Afghanistan.
We're overlooking
Exactly.
something here. After this thing that happened in New Orleans, an armored Humvee is a battering ram from hell.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's the only real concern is that this
Oh,
may
I
be
see. I see.
prelude to one of these
RW,
terror
you are.
attacks.
That is interesting.
I said that.
You
Smokesteve.
those crumbs. I know, but he laid the crumbs and you picked them up.
Oh,
That's interesting.
oh.
I never thought of that. at
No
all.
credit for Smokesteve. All for RW.
I'm the
No,
pigeon.
credit.
I'm the pigeon
All
of
for
the
our
group.
W.
He's the one that picked up the crumbs.
That's pretty good.
Those crumbs.
Yeah, some just landed on the window.
Toss me some crumbs.
Are those doves?
They
Yeah,
sound like doves.
Yeah,
Morning. Oh, not really.
I like doves.
Morning dove, I guess. It's more of a coo with less of a vibrato.
Cool.
sorry
Uh,
about
No, but
that.
they do that. They
That's
do
okay.
Hey,
that.
I'm the bird guy.
No.
If you'll notice on Twitter, I often comment on bird pictures. I've had to correct one particular Twitter
Yes.
account a few times. And I've even taken her pictures and put them over on a proper birding forum called Bird Forum and had them identified there.
Oh shit.
You gotta be.
So have you cataloged it so you can spread the knowledge?
Of course, I have a bird list. I'm over 200 species. It's
Yeah,
not
but
I
what
have a
about
bird
the
picture I'll
sounds?
send you for
No,
identification.
I want the correlation between the bird and the sounds, and I want multiple sounds because every bird has multiple sounds,
Should we
check
do
out
it in
the
the pop-up
but they're
book format?
distinctive.
Check out the Cornell University website, McGrand.
Uh-huh.
They have every bird with every possible call. And it's so cool to hear the lesser
Wow.
calls from different birds because you're like, wow, I've only heard that a few times from a blue
Uh-huh.
jay. But blue jays, most of them make the same sound, but some blue jays make some whacked out sounds. Same with American crow. Some crows make the
Yeah.
weirdest
Dude,
sounds.
the crows are imitators. They're almost parrots.
Yeah, they're kind of. They're not as much a mockingbird as a
Yeah.
true mimic. That will
Yeah.
mimic everything that it hears, including car alarms. But the crows definitely
Car
do,
alarms. I've heard it.
Yeah. The
It's amazing.
Florida is loaded with mockingbirds, man.
Oh
Crow-
my God! This is mockingbird country down here.
Oh yeah,
I grew up with those babies. I love them too.
They're cool.
We used to have nests in our yard. My mom and I would go out there and feed them worms. We'd dig up the worms because sometimes the mamas weren't around. We'd stick the worms in their mouths. Probably killed them. Who
Yeah, I
knows?
was gonna say it might not
Because
work
we
out
didn't
for
chew it
you.
up. We didn't chew them up for them.
We
right.
didn't regurgitate it in their mouth for them.
Yeah.
And just this year, I
Hungry
saw a video on Instagram of a guy who walks by the tree and he looks up and goes, "Is that a mockingbird?" And then the
Yeah, I know.
mockingbird says
was
back to
me.
him, "Is that a mockingbird?" Because he's
know.
mocking him. I'm like, why did it take so long for that joke? It's so obvious. But
I know, dude. That was me. I put it on Discord.
Yeah, well, I've seen that before. You too.
Oh,
But
I
it was a
thought
fairly recent
so.
thing. I would have thought it would have been years and years ago.
I
but
thought that was so fucking funny.
it is a funny joke.
Ah.
My brother sent me the same thing, but he found it. It's hilarious.
Does
Your
the
turn.
Cornell website show the flight pattern of the bird so you can see the fan tail? Because there's a bird that we have here that I can't. A thrush or a thrush is the closest I can identify to, but the tail pattern isn't correct.
Is it there in the winter?
It's here all year round.
That sounds
Really?
like a Carolina wren.
It's too big.
Small bird, boat-tailed grackle.
No, it's a little bit smaller than a dove.
Boat-tailed grackle, this guy.
Wow, smaller
It's
than
not a
grass.
grackle.
Jesus Christ.
What
It's
a
got a
slack-jawed
yellow
gawker. Boat-tailed
Yeah, no
grackle.
A
shit.
bird
What
that
the
size
fuck?
that doesn't
I
migrate.
thought Smokesteve was the bird, dude.
It's a meadow bird as well. It's always in the fields.
I think you might be talking about a female bobolink or a female red-winged blackbird.
It's not. No, It's not. Its closest is a thrush.
Sounds like a yellow belly sapsucker to me.
Thrush
It
would
has a
not
yellow
be
I've
there
actually
year-round.
seen one of those.
Any
Oh yeah,
colors on
I
it?
saw one just last week. They winter up here. But a thrush would not be there year-round. Look up female red-winged blackbird.
It's not.
Do you have a picture of this
I'll
avian
have
character?
to get one because I can't. I can't. I can't find it in a book. I have
know
books
what?
here.
Be the first person ever to use AI to draw the bird for you.
Interesting.
It might work. I've drawn birds before from memory just to try to get somebody else who knows more than me to identify it when I didn't happen to have a camera.
Use your
This is
colored
the
pencils.
closest- This is the closest one I can give you here.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if that link's gonna work or not.
Oh, it's in the back
put it-
door.
He put it up the back door.
And that's why I share all
Yeah.
the birds.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks
Put
a
a little
lot
lube in
like
it next time.
looks a lot like a mockingbird. And there's another one you might want to look up called brown thrasher. I think I just nailed it. Brown
That's
thrasher.
the closest one. That's the closest one. Yeah.
Oh, you know
But
what?
when they fly and the back feathers go out, its pattern is like brown, white, black, white, brown. So it's not the right tail.
Could be dirt. Could be Is this one bird or many
No, it's
birds?
a small flock.
Small flock all have the same characteristics.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
interesting
I mean-
though. I'll get a picture eventually. They always
Maybe,
fly.
maybe
like-
they're all in the same environment. Could it be environmental for the
Anything like that?
discoloration?
anything like
Ooh.
that. It's not the right profile for the bird. No.
See, that profile is similar to
But the
size of a
breast is.
mockingbird.
The breast
That's the
is
same
little bit
size as a
yellow, and
mockingbird.
The right
That's a
pattern.
marker, yeah. This is also a mimic. This is a great bird. I had him nesting in Vermont in my yard. I love
Oh
it.
my
It's
God,
a
that's beautiful.
great bird. Skulks in the underbrush.
Really?
I'd like to fry that thing up and put it on a sandwich.
Not a lot of meat, bro. Not a lot of meat.
Like you like feathers, huh?
Yeah, it's the most filling part.
What is All right, beer time. I'll be back.
All right.
Keep it going, boys.
All right, that's good because aphid, center
Right here.
stage, buddy, center stage. We need that Midwestern influence right now.
All right.
Goddamn East Coasters, give us some. Give it to us.
I was born and raised in Chicago, and I got plenty of
Lo
Midwest.
That's
siento
right.
mucho.
That's right.
Lo siento mucho, señor.
Did the snow stick around there most of the winter?
Most winters, yeah.
Did it?
Yeah. When I was a kid, yeah.
Dirty and filthy snow.
Absolutely. It was disgusting.
We got the piles because this is the most snow we've had in years. So like you go to anything with a big parking lot and there's just mounds of snow
Yeah.
and they're going to be there for a long time.
Was it about 4 years since you've had your last snow aphid?
No, we have a snow every year, but this was the first. I mean, this was almost a foot. So
Okay.
that was the most we've had. I don't. My son's 15. I don't even know if he's seen snow that deep before.
My son took himself out on the fence today sledding. He
Like,
he
what do you
doesn't
mean?
bail.
What do
He
you
just
mean?
dedicates.
He like ran straight into it.
Yeah, so it's like perfect packing snow, like excellent snowman snow, and he's Australian, right? So he doesn't understand snow, and he won't bail. So he went right to the separating fence, the old fashioned three line wood fence, and
Yeah.
he had his knees up, and it hit the fence, and then hit it. I'm surprised he didn't break his teeth.
Ha.
But he didn't, did he?
You
He
need
didn't. No, but his chin's all bloody.
Axel-
He's messed up.
Hey, and guess what, RW? Tell him to get out his diary and write this out.
No,
Write this
dude,
down
he's
today.
tough, man. He was tough. He'll hurt himself.
That's
when he got
awesome.
back up. When he was crawling up the hill, I knew something wasn't right.
was he crying?
Yeah, he wasn't exactly crying. He was like, like he was freaking out.
Bucks
That's-
Corp saying they got 2 millimeters of snow over there in the UK. And
Oh, that's what. Yeah, that's what. That's what. Lee was complaining about the 2 millimeters of snow.
2 millimeters. That's what we call a
Good size.
dusting.
Traced.
Dusting.
But I mean, like Buffalo, there's no way they keep the kids out of school like they did here.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
no, what are you fucking kidding me? Western New York or Upper Western New York is,
Rochester.
With the lake effect,
dude.
Yeah,
There's
Oneida.
towns that got like 70 inches in one storm recently.
I know, man, that's crazy.
70, like the world record for Massachusetts.
You know why? Because
is
they've got
30
the
something.
they've got the infrastructure. They're experts.
Oh my god!
They
it's 70.
you know, it's like that guy from Alaska, the famous PBS thing. The snow, the guy's up there and he just keeps digging out the trail. It's the
Dick-
same thing. And
Dick
those places,
Carnegie.
you got caverns and shit on the
that
sides
the
of
guy
the
you're
roads, but
talking
the
about?
roads are running, you know?
Talking about Dick Prenicky, the guy alone in the wilderness.
Yeah.
He's great. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Wonderful documentary.
I know.
I took my time shoveling. I knew my age. I was like, you better not
Didn't
just
wanna
go
pop your
hog
heart?
wild on it. Nope.
Yeah, but you got to get rid of it because the downfall is if you don't, it gets hard as fuck, and then you
Ice.
fall and hurt
Well, we
yourself
have
on it.
we both have. Oh, there's Gooner.
Goonster.
We both have four-wheel drive, so
It's just the steps, like your outside steps and stuff. You got to keep them clean. And the
we had to make a poop rink for my dogs because they wouldn't.
Oh God, the humanity.
The one
Jesus.
is like this
Oh,
tall, so the
God.
snow was taller, so I had to shovel down to the snow at a little rink
Wow.
so she would go out there.
Well, she'll melt the rest herself.
I had a little dog.
Where does
She would
where does
poop in
Chip
the snow.
go? He can't even walk in the snow with his bum knee.
Chip,
You just
Chip's
let
the
him-
only one that don't give a shit. He'll go whatever. He went out there and he don't hang out there. And then Cinnamon, the fence got because we got an in-ground fence and it got jacked up. And I told her she took off the other day, and my wife had to go chase her down. And so since then we've been putting her on the leash every time we let her out.
You
And
tell
she's
her every
like
time.
all
Tell her
she's
because
so
you ran away. You get the leash.
Yeah.
So fucking no, dude.
She's all depressed and like bummed out. It's
They
gonna
learn.
be warm enough tomorrow where I think I can try to fix it. But
Yeah, I mean, those fuckers will learn. If they fuck up and you teach them, she'll get it. I think.
Chip is cool. Chip is the coolest. Chip's
the
getting
dog.
up there though, man. He's like over 10 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Experience.
And he's tiny, so
Well, he's 35 pounds. It's not
Is he?
tiny. Yeah,
he looks smaller in his picture.
he's small, but he's a tank, dude. He's
Yeah.
all muscle. It's because he's all muscle,
everywhere but that one leg,
right?
right? His
Well,
back leg.
Yeah, it's Cinnamon's gets like that too, but they build up scar tissue and they're fine.
Can he go
he can't-
upstairs?
Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, he got the stairs.
Yeah,
back?
he's the stairs. I still gotta lift him in bed, but he's got the stairs.
Oh God, you're not those types of people. He doesn't sleep with you.
He sleeps. Chip sleeps with us.
Oh, you're not supposed to do that, man.
Cinnamon takes naps with me in the afternoon with Chip.
Cinnamon's a
Chip
small
would-
horse.
Oh, that's nice.
Cinnamon's a
Nice.
small horse.
I
right?
wish I
Yeah,
could nap.
she is. She is. She's probably now 105 plus
Yeah.
easily. She's almost weighs as much as me.
Aren't you crawling with ticks in the summer with these things in bed with you?
No, because they don't get in. They don't. Chip don't stray from the house, and Cinnamon's got the fence, so she don't.
Do you guys,
Fair enough.
you guys treat your animals with anti-flea and
Yeah.
tick stuff?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That and the heartworm stuff.
Yeah.
Because we live in a, we got
Yeah,
coyotes.
but even
we got
down here-
coyotes and shit. Deer.
Yeah,
There was
but
deer. The dogs went fucking nuts tonight because the deer were in the backyard, and they stand. There's no way you can miss them because it's snow. So
Yeah. Wow.
Do they shoot
am
dogs
amazed.
for chasing deer out there?
shoot them.
Yeah,
Shoot the dog.
they do that in Vermont. They shoot dogs for chasing deer.
Fuck no. They shoot
Fuck
deer.
that. Let the deer fucking get in Get along with the dogs. That doesn't matter.
It's legal up there. If you see dogs chasing deer,
You
you're
could
allowed to
shoot and kill it, even if it's somebody's dog.
dog. Yeah,
What
shot.
the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's country, man. Country.
We got
deer.
a deer problem out here. So
Have you ever heard of that sort of thing, RW? You're in a rural deer hunting place. Like if you see dogs chasing deer, not necessarily you, but people shoot the dogs?
So here, if a dog comes on, people will basically shoot dogs that come on their property that cause any problems whatsoever. I haven't heard about people shooting them because they're going after deer. It's usually if a dog comes onto the property and goes after your dogs, that dog usually gets shot.
And this kid, what up, buddy? Yeah. So to me, like I've heard about. What about if someone's hunting bear with they're chasing bear with dogs and they chase the bear across your land with the dogs?
There's coon hunters everywhere. My neighbors are both coon hunters, professional,
And they're allowed to chase onto your land, I think. I don't know. It's weird.
If their dogs go on your property, they're supposed to come up and ask you and to come up and get their dogs. But I think there's a state law that allows them to do it. But out of respect, they don't always do that.
I got you.
So coon dogs. You're talking about raccoons.
Raccoon, yeah.
Oh wow.
Those are cool dogs too.
They're up all night, man. People here are nocturnal.
They hoot.
No.
They do that bark that sounds almost like a hoot instead of a woof.
They each have
When they
some.
get them up in the tree, they got that special hootie bark thingy that then the hunters know they got a coon.
What kind of dog is that?
I mean, there's literally coon dogs. They're like
They're
I
hounds.
don't even know how to describe them. They're
I think they're short hair. I thought they looked like short
Are
hair.
they small dogs?
Tall hounds with short hair.
They're short haired. They look closer to a wolf than a hound dog, though.
Oh, I've seen different ones.
Yeah.
How much weight?
I'm not good with that. I'd say it's like a 50-pound dog.
Wow, that's a big dog for a raccoon.
Yeah.
Well,
They tear them up though.
Yeah, those coons are nasty, dude. Coons are nasty.
I know they can be nasty as shit, man.
They put on a growl when they get in a corner, and they just
yeah. Raccoons are.
They'll go for it.
Yeah, they're like cats. They'll die
Sometimes
fighting.
it'll be a bobcat, and bobcats will tear people up, man, when they're cornered up a tree.
Bobcats are so cool. That's the only type of hunting I don't really love. Is that
I don't like that either.
Predator hunting, but I think it's okay. Even still, I don't mind it.
Most of the time,
coyotes got to be taken out here.
I got to get this guy. I got to get him on because it's 2:30.
Okay. I'm going to stand back.
No, 2.
We got a European influence coming. I can feel it. Aphid, brace yourself.
Wait, who's coming in?
Biscuit.
There he is.
Welcome, man. Welcome.
Hi-yo!
What up, dog? How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to turn your microphone up, but you can keep talking. How's life for you over there?
Doing quite well, apart from I've got mics in my house now.
Oh, no kidding. Are you using a microphone in front of your face?
Yeah, dude.
I
no,
think
it's coming through your cam, dude.
Your settings might be awry or speak directly into it.
It's not coming through that mic because he's got a good mic now.
You guys know, in the old days, I made that mistake probably 75 times.
You got microphone for some reason. There we go. How's that? Is that better?
Nope.
No, exactly.
Yeah, no, he's coming through the real mic now, but the settings are so low.
Get the
sound quality is better, but the volume is too low.
How about now?
Yeah,
perfect.
You're in, baby.
Please.
I just
Are you
turned my
getting
game.
cats? Are you getting cats for the mice?
No, I've got some traps down. You see that that box there?
Yes.
It's got one of them in it.
All right.
I mean, how'd they get? Like, do you have any idea how they got in?
There's a air brick at the front of the house, and they walked because there's an air gap between the two walls, like like for the building.
Yeah.
There's 2 walls and an air gap. So they've gone through the air brick, followed it round to the chimney, chewed through the cement, and then climbed them under my electric fireplace.
Bastards.
nice.
Oh my God.
The chewing through the cement part's nice. I like that.
Fuck.
Did you paint the walls back there and stuff? Didn't they have wallpaper or something before?
No, there's just a fish tank now.
Oh, it just looks different back there. Looks
Yes,
nice.
there's a fish tank there now.
Oh,
I've had my battles with
Way.
mice. If you're using the snap traps, the best bait by far is peanut butter.
I've bought peanut butter, but I'm not using snap traps. I'm using live traps.
Oh, fuck that. You kill them, dude.
That's why there's one in that box alive.
And people don't know, if you're wearing gloves and you know what you're doing, take the old mouse off, throw it away. That mouse's smell on that mouse trap makes the next mouse that comes by way more comfortable because it smells like a mouse, and they're going to be more likely to eat off of it. So you keep reusing the same
Oh,
trap.
I thought it'd be the opposite.
Yeah,
No, I got some good exterminators on my staff.
Exterminators.
These guys know what they're doing, man.
What I learned
Sure.
from exterminators is that they go around the outside of the dwelling first, and then they come in. So when you put poison baits on the outside perimeter of the house, it actually stops a large volume of mice.
Interesting. I
But
tell you, that's one way to make
a
bank.
cabin right now.
It's one way to make bank. You take a 6-month course, right? You get your exterminator license. You set up a bunch of contracts. You go to each one. You $250 per contract. You do 6, 7, or 8 in a day, and you line it up to fill up your months over the years. You can have more and more trucks. You're talking $1 million a year company.
Man.
There's a problem. Yeah, if you're using certain chemicals, it's nasty. I've seen these guys make mistakes.
Yeah.
They use this stuff called tracking powder, which you spray it, and then like rats walk through it and mice walk through it and get it on their feet, and then they lick it off and it gets into their body because it's poison. But it's they have it in these little pump things, and when it puffs out, some of it obviously goes airborne. And over the years of applying shit like that, you're getting it.
I knew guys that were exterminators when they were young, and they got out of it. A lot of them. They didn't want to.
I'm using. I've got 3
It's
of
like
those.
a $50 trap.
No, the 14 quid for 3.
Oh wow, that's a lot cheaper than I expected.
God.
And there's the peanut butter and some chocolate biscuits.
lick the inside of
You're
that.
going all out.
The
awesome if a mouse jumped right in while he was on camera.
Nothing's been in it at all.
Wow, that's depressing, dude.
Are you going to use them to fish with?
That you have to endure that.
Yeah, I can catch some big northern pike with it.
Pike, yeah.
Oh,
Pike
yeah.
would love that.
Northern pike with it. There you go. You're harvesting. So you're no longer a victim. You are now harvesting, taking advantage. That's.
I don't
shit.
think my daughter would like me very much if I started using them for bait.
Yeah.
Does it feel pretty relaxed over there in the UK right now, as opposed to American vibes?
I would imagine so. It's not too bad, apart from the cold snap we're having at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think it's
good.
relaxed over here?
Not really. I think there's kind of a calm before the storm on the East Coast, but the West Coast is definitely just getting disintegrated.
I
you mean
think
'cause
the
of
UK
the
is
fire?
in turmoil, man. This
Fire
is
for the West
crazy,
Coast.
kid.
I mean, Elon Musk's making a bit of a stink up over here, isn't he?
But for the right reasons,
I'm not
no?
familiar.
Well, I don't know much about it. I mean, if it's true, then yeah.
Fuck yeah, it might be true. I mean, you're a dad, you know. Shit's disturbing, bro. I know your guys have to be careful with what you say because of where you are, but we can say whatever.
No, we can say what we want. We live in a free country.
Oh, now you can't put that
No,
shit on the tweet.
We don't live in Russia.
Yeah, I mean, but people have gotten in some pretty big trouble for some posts on social media.
Oh, that's different. If you're posting and it stays there forever, that's different.
But it shouldn't be.
If I say, yeah, I agree with you, they're not going to knock on my door and say, SWAT team coming in to kill you, are they?
But
They don't
you
knock.
agree with me
You're
that
right,
it's
they don't
different.
knock.
It's different in the eyes of the law, but it's not. That doesn't make it justified. It's not good. It's not right to go after people for thoughts and posts on the internet, in my opinion.
It depends if the post is inflammatory and untrue.
No, inflammatory should be completely allowed as well as untrue. The only one that shouldn't be is defamation of a specific person. Inflammatory is fine. That's, I think. I mean, call me absolutist for free speech, but I don't have a problem with inflammatory, comments.
Maybe the word that I was looking for was wrong, but what I mean is if it causes like massive violence or something like that.
Yeah.
You mean like January 6th?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I still think it should be allowed. I don't know.
Are you saying that Last Dance's accounts would get banned over in the UK? The stuff he posts on Twitter?
I don't know.
Category.
Last Dance's Twitter post for a while.
Probably.
The funny thing is,
I might get arrested.
We live in an age where the conservatives are the rebels.
Is that still true?
Well, they were.
At this, not actually, you're right, RW. Since the liberals and anyway.
Well, in
the opposition is now the left. You might be right on mark there.
In the state of Massachusetts, 1 million people voted for Donald Trump. 2 million voted for Kamala, so it was about a 66-33 difference, or somewhere around that. But I mean, that surprised me when I heard that 1 million votes went to Trump here. I didn't think he'd get that many. So
yeah, well,
that's a lot for a very liberal state in my mind. 3 million voters.
Yeah, it's a paradox, man.
It just goes to show that people are sick of it.
Yeah,
sick of the shit. And
but what is the shit?
It was the pursuit of the Democratic Party was completely misaligned with the expectations of the voter and what they want and what they were looking forward to.
I think the failures of the Democratic Party, where they're insane, and I'm a Democrat too, is their insane endorsement of fringe elements instead of looking at hardworking Americans, focusing on the unions, focusing on real people out there making a living and creating some tolerance for the fringe, but not openly embracing this,
Exactly. You couldn't have said it better. Also, their bizarre embracing of extremely old, confused man, President Biden. That guy's gone on for way too long, and it was a bad look, and it was a bad decision. She came in after the primaries. They didn't give anybody else a fucking chance. It was stupid, foolish. She was there.
It was a fucking Hail Mary fucking thing there, dude. But
it was dumb. They had a chance.
It almost worked.
But they had a chance to have a proper primary with a lot of people there. To give people a real choice, not to decide. And I understand
it was a Hail Mary. You're right.
There were aspects of her that would have been difficult to.
You know what? You're going to be telling your grandchildren about this because you're absolutely right. These are the intricacies that no one will ever know because they didn't live during the time of it. This will never be in the history books.
What about the intricacy of our president being a felon? That's one I'm not getting my hand wrapped around. Right.
Well, I'm not going to go into that because I am a loyal opposition and I could be arrested at this point.
No, I mean, it's just I don't understand the justification of it. So, I mean, is he a good guy? I don't think he's.
What do you mean the justification? Why they made him a criminal?
Yes, how his conviction.
Well,
I don't
it was
understand.
he was found guilty, and that was the only. It was the sentencing, wasn't it?
Found guilty of what?
Of was it 34 counts of fraud or something? I can't remember
Yes,
exactly.
that was what it was.
It's 34 counts of the same count of
No, it was
paying a
34
lawyer.
separate counts.
Yeah, because each count outlined a particular payment of around $70,000 to $110,000. So there was a separate charge for each one. I think that is
I
that
don't
right?
think that's correct. I think it's 34 copies of the same account.
It's paying off the girl, the hooker,
But it's just
the
that
porn star.
I've listened to lawyers talk about it back and forth, and it's
I
not.
think
very
it was the same thing, but he violated 34 different things when he did that thing.
Hold on, let
No.
me
Wait,
ask,
no.
let me
That's,
just
that's a
let
different
me
charge.
get last dance. Can you
One of them's a
simplify
state
this?
charge. The 30 that's a state charge.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the New York thing.
That's what we're talking about. He was convicted and he was sentenced to nothing. Last dance. Do you recall exactly what we're talking about here?
I think so.
What is it? Can you outline it real quick?
It was the claim was that these payments amounted to election interference and fraud. Although
to Stormy Daniels.
To Stormy Daniels, yes.
Right.
And I believe it was each payment was charged as a separate count. It was kind of bogus.
That's exactly what I just said. Each payment was charged as a separate count.
Yes.
There was also other counts for the lies and the deception, wasn't there?
Nope.
No?
No. There was.
That would be punitive damages.
And I think the question wasn't it that the money used was a campaign contribution?
There were all kinds of bizarre theories that the prosecution alleged. I'm not sure what they went with, but it was obviously just lawfare to prevent Trump from being a viable candidate. There were no victims of this fraud. It's just Trump paying some woman to keep quiet. It's completely legal.
Well, you could argue that the American people were the victims because they weren't notified of something that might have changed their mind.
That is not a valid basis. Something that vague is never a valid basis for a criminal charge. I mean, if that were true, every campaign ever would be guilty of fraud. And of course, it's not true.
There's also the argument that he was paying Stormy Daniels off before his run for presidency. So a lawyer was arguing a but-for case, which somehow means because he was doing it prior to his running for presidency, you have to prove that he somehow did it specifically for the presidency and not just because he was already doing it. So it's just the rabbit hole goes pretty deep, and I find it interesting, and I'm curious if they're just at some point going to throw it out, and it's just a talking point because I'm talking about it.
Didn't he reimburse Michael Cohen with campaign finances, money that he paid Stormy Daniels with?
I'm not sure if it was private or campaign.
So was it? What the hell was the what are we calling it here? The falsifying business records. Did that have nothing to do with this?
They're stating that by paying
that's
lawyer
the New York charge.
That is falsifying. It's like clandestine to pay the lawyer instead of bluntly stating I'm paying off Stormy Daniels for keeping quiet.
So
that was the whole Cohen
this
thing.
had nothing to do with his assessment of his business and his valuation.
That was the New York state
It's all New York.
case.
Everything we're talking about
All
is
right,
New York.
all right. So that
Because if it
particular
was
case
federal,
was
they'll-
where he would overstate the value of his properties.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
No.
The thing,
That was the most bogus
Separate
charge I've
case.
ever.
Each payment had three separate charges.
Right.
One
They fluffed the numbers.
One was for an invoice to Michael Cohen. The second was an entry in the detailed general ledger for Donald Trump, bearing the voucher number for each.
Right.
And the third one for each was check stub of Donald J. Trump's account.
Right. So they could have charged that as less, but they charged every single possible one they could. That's where it's a little bit shisty.
no. I would expect a prosecutor to charge him.
But you know what's interesting
everything.
is the consistency of Michael Cohen. He's involved in all of this, in this timeline.
Well, he already went.
I'm a linear guy, you know. If you think about it, and what Biscuit just mentioned, I did not really know, and that.
Do you think there's going to be backlash on Cohen?
Well, God. Well, Cohen already went to jail, and I don't know what else Donald Trump can do to him, but he's going to be president now, and Michael Cohen's not going to be on TV much more. I can guarantee you.
He'll be on TV plenty.
Does the president have any power to stop any media outlets from saying what they want to say?
No,
None whatsoever.
No. I'm just talking about
We'll have to ask
personal
the CIA
sense of survival.
No, and I since you said that, I think these Trump supporters think that there's this overwhelming support of Trump and the whole country's changed, and I think that they're on a little bit of a high streak from the win that he just had. I think that's all going to change.
But if you look at it,
in about a week,
only like 48. Is it like 48% of the population that voted for him?
Say again.
Is it not only like 48% of the voting age population that actually voted for him?
Sounds about right. I don't know the number, but there were.
Because obviously there's loads of abstentions as well as the ones.
I think there was 76 million votes for Trump and 73 million for
Kamala.
Wow, it was that close. I thought it was. I didn't think it was even that close.
So
he won in the 300s, and she was in the low 200s when it comes to electorals.
Yeah, the electorals. Yeah, but the popular vote is more closer than I thought.
It always is, and oftentimes the winner has.
It
less,
usually
so.
is. Yeah, but I think that I think once he's been back in our news a lot in the I'm not going to go into people that weren't here. Were here last week and not here this week, so I'm not going to say any names. But I came across CNN a little bit this week because of the fires going on and everything. Mm-hmm. And they
don't have to apologize for watching CNN, dude.
No, I'm not apologizing for watching CNN. I'm just saying that there was no shortage of them using any chance they could to talk about Trump in the middle of the fires, like what his reaction was and what he was saying about Newsom and blaming this person and blaming that person. Huh?
In a neutral light?
No, just a completely negative light.
Yeah.
And I heard last week there was somebody on here that was saying how, that's over with now. I just sat back and chuckled, I didn't want to get into it, but I don't think there's any. I said this before, and I fully believe this, that if I'm in charge of profiting off of the ratings that CNN or MSNBC gets, then those people, I have no doubt in my mind that they voted for Trump, because that's what's going to bring the viewers back, and there's going to be a hunger for negative stuff about Trump. And it's gonna build slowly, and then in a week now it's gonna be full bore.
Definitely trolling.
The funny thing is it's all you have to do is watch him and repeat what he says, and you know, illustrate its insanity.
Well,
And-
Actually, that's not the way it was in his first term. His first term was dominated by a hoax, the Russiagate hoax, that was promoted by CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, Washington Post, New York Times. And the whole thing was a hoax. It was started by the Clinton campaign, and the other aspects were done by the Clinton campaign. And,
Did they ever get slapped in the wrist for that?
No, they didn't do anything illegal.
Oh, okay.
yeah, they were just
that-
reporting on the reports that were out there.
No,
And-
Wait,
and
that-
I
that
wa-
was
created
after
those
the-
reports.
after the
Well,
fact?
and another, I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you, but to say that they didn't have enough new information every night for whatever he said is not true. Because every night there was a whole, whatever he went out and said, they had a whole slew of things that they would repeat that he would say and talk about, kind of just like what McGrande said. And it wasn't like it was just Russia, Russia, Russia. I mean, there was plenty of stuff that they talked about every single night that they disagree with, and that none of that, there's not going to be a Russia now, and they're not going to have a shortage of stuff to complain about every single night. I just don't think my point was that it was said last week that's not going to exist anymore, and I don't think that could be further from the truth. I think
I certainly agree with you. I mean,
What I remember of Trump's last term was just Donald Trump said this, Donald Trump said that on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, or whatever he said in the press conferences, or writing a Sharpie on the map. It was just one thing.
It were
after
every
another.
5 minutes there were a new tweet.
The Charlotte incident. It was just one thing after another.
which was also false.
I'm not saying it wasn't, but
Well, I'm
what-
saying,
what-
I mean, I
what
think
he
that-
said was
I think that
you could draw out of what he said in a negative light.
I think
they spun it too hard, but they.
But last dance.
I think there is a change. I agree with you that there will be, CNN will position themselves and MSNBC in the same way they did in 2017. But I think people are kind of attuned to the likelihood of they're sort of ready for the kinds of things like the Charlottesville thing or the Russia hoax, and they're not going to believe it for a second.
Well, hopefully that's true, and hopefully we get to the bottom of stuff and then there's a little more truth. It's a little more, the pendulum doesn't swing so far where it's so exaggerated. But you can't just leave Fox out of this as well. I mean, when the election was over, they wanted to report the truth on that, and then they saw that the people were fleeing in numbers and going to OAN or whatever, and that other place and
Newsmax.
So they, from the top, they were like, nope, let's go ahead and go with this.
Let's go ahead and lie.
Let's
Absolutely.
give the people what they want. So it's up to us. It's up to us. We can't just blame them. We crave and we want what we're gonna get. And
I don't blame me. I blame other people.
well, you can't blame
That's the spirit.
us
What?
as a whole. Is who
You know
you gotta
what? I
blame.
agree with you. I agree with you because after this election and my personal disappointment, I say to myself, being a person who believes that the vote is what it is, guess what? We deserve what we get. And
I'm
so
hoping we
be it.
deserve a strong economy.
Because guess what? We're only on the ride together.
Hey,
We have
real
no
quick,
choice in this.
let's
There you go. You're
let's
right.
run a quick tribute to Canada since my man is in the chat here.
All right, there, buddy.
Hold on, we're gonna run a quick.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Awesome.
Is this
Oh,
Hollywood Hills?
You've been teasing this all night.
Oh yeah, baby! Look at that
Salt water.
angle. Looks like it's
I like
crashed
the music.
into the ocean.
That's fucking awesome, man.
1,000 gallons.
Yeah,
Like 1,000 gallons.
I read that too. But it's salt water. That's the problem. But it's ballsy because there could be waves out there.
Yeah.
It has to be
Look
calm.
at that shit. Oh,
I mean, it might look calm, but that's not exactly calm.
No, it's got to be relatively calm. It's never really calm.
Yeah. This guy saved a lot of people's lives and property, man.
yeah.
Pretty cool stuff. What is
Yeah.
up, scum?
What's going on, guys? How are you? They're the water bombers from Quebec. Yeah.
Yeah, killer, man. Killer.
You guys
Awesome.
rock,
Send him
man.
over.
There was a
Sorry. Sorry
There was
about that dumbass American with the drone who flew his drone into the wing and disabled one of those beautiful big planes.
I
Are
heard
you
about
kidding?
that. Yeah.
there was a story of
They grounded all of them for a short period of time.
There's
There's a-
only two, and they grounded one because
Mm.
some idiot flew a drone into its wing.
I didn't know there was only two of them.
You're
There's
kidding.
only two. And they could drop between the two of them something like 100,000 gallons every 20 minutes. But now cut that in half because of this dumb shit with this drone.
Oh, he
You
needs
know
to be
why?
beaten.
Yeah.
It's because
the
they're
drone.
using salt water. They're contaminating the land that they're fucking putting the fires.
I mean,
Maybe it's better to let the fires burn the land. You know what I mean?
You
Because
it's
once
kind
that salt's in there, once that salt is in there, it fucking kills everything.
It's
I'm
not
sure-
that much salt.
you talk about the salt.
There was a story of a diver who got picked up by a helicopter with the big bucket of water, and they got dumped onto a burning blaze of fire, and he obviously died.
Yeah, I heard about him.
You guys were talking about the drunk drivers earlier, and like, give them a break, you know. Well, I mean,
love drunk drivers,
this I know,
especially when they're young.
That's how it came up.
sympathetic to
I'm
drunk
sure.
drivers
I'm
myself.
sure this drone flyer was not like trying to damage his plane. He was probably trying to get like this awesome shot of this
I don't
Right.
know. I don't know what
birdie.
you're implying.
No. Here's the question.
So it's a
That
little
I-
hypocritical that you put
No,
off
no,
the
here's
drunk
the
driver.
Drunk
See,
driver gets an award.
Yeah,
Drunk driver
the
gets
point
beat. I'm
Right.
sticking with that.
The point of my inquiry for that subject was that newspapers are taking stories out from 20 years ago. So
yeah.
this idiot who did this thing now, who might be a younger guy, who knows what the hell he's doing. Maybe he himself honestly screwed up and made a mistake. But in 20 years, should you be able to
I
search the
see.
newspaper
So
and find that this dumb shit did this one fucked up thing that might have cost a bunch of people their houses, but it was a completely dumb action that maybe that's it. But should he be known for that forever?
right. So what you're saying is, when Last Dance is 110, you know, he can't beat that guy's ass that flew the drone because it's old news and
I won't even know.
Or
he
even
shouldn't-
if this guy goes to get a job someday
Right.
as a drone pilot, they're like, "Oh, well, you're that drone guy
Yeah,
who flew
right,
into that
right.
plane." No, you're not going to
He's
hire
going to
you.
miss out on a lot of job opportunities.
Right, because with that attached to him, if he makes one more mistake, they're going to be like, "Oh, that's the guy who flew
Yeah,
the
that's-
drone into the plane back in
right.
the great fires of 2025."
Last
we
Dance, make
can't
sure he has
hire
a
him.
yearly beating.
He might as well have burned Mel Gibson's house to the ground.
He's branded. He's branded for life.
Mel Gibson, our Lord, our Savior.
Yeah, they got Mel Gibson's house, but you know who they didn't get? Tom Hank.
Oh,
Tom
He's on the
Hanks'
list.
24 million spread.
It
was
was-
fine.
Paris
it was
Hilton got a home demolished, didn't she?
a lot of them now.
Oh,
Mm.
that's
Billy
interesting.
Billy Crystal.
Her last name. She might have another place to go with that.
Yeah. These people aren't hurting for
Well,
it.
could
But her
say-
main home was burnt up in fire.
I think she'll be okay.
I'm curious to
She's
hear
one
from,
person I do not care about.
Mhm.
And I
Andy,
Yeah,
might
but what
found her
about Larry
attractive.
the Lure? His house burned down.
Who? Mario Lemieux?
Larry the Lure.
I
Who's
don't know.
that?
He's the guitar player from Primus.
oh, okay.
I love
Ah.
Primus. Or should I say, Primus sucks.
They have a good
Okay.
bass player.
My name is Mud, bro.
Best bass player, probably.
Well, you guys would know if you were real Primus fans. Primus fans don't say Primus is awesome. What do they say?
Primus sucks.
Bingo. Thank you.
I'm
I
not a
said
pro
it,
Primus
and
fan.
RW's like, no, they have a good bass player.
I don't know.
No, I
just
said-
know Primus.
I said they have a good bass player,
Okay.
and I was
Yeah.
just joking.
Less
but
I mean,
Leach-
I wasn't
They
joking.
They have a good bass player.
He's a singer
We've just been
too.
nerded,
They
bro.
have a good bass player. That's how he said it.
That's exactly how I said it.
That's slightly effeminate.
Should I bust into the lunchbox?
Oh yeah,
Yummy.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Gummy time.
What you got? A granola bar, a,
Box?
cart,
I got.
a small carton of milk in there. What do you got in there?
Hold on. Let me get my readers.
You got
100%.
PB&J with the crust cut
Yeah,
off?
yeah, you got soup in that
We got-
thermos.
We got strawberry supercharged
Oh, God.
gummies.
Oh my God. Do you eat those, man?
Got five. We got jams.
Not only does he eat them, he's going
Apparently
to eat
just
them.
that lunch.
5
Dude,
milligrams
you-
THC.
My problem with edible cannabis.
Same. I got 2 bites and 2 jams. X bites.
Well, it makes more
Eat a whole
sense to use
bag.
bites up.
What does this mean? Extended liposmal tech. I mean, it's such bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it.
What's that word?
It's
It'll
slow
cause
release.
strange growth.
I'll show you.
Hey, do you have any thoughts on Trudeau resigning? What does that mean? I don't know how your government works. Like, what is that?
Liposomal? Isn't that?
Yeah, he's afraid of Trump.
Did I hear Wayne Gretzky was one of the ones in the running?
So what
I
Trump
think you need
said
to get
the other
you get a
day,
mellow high
Trump said
philosophy.
that if Canada became the first 51st state, that he talked to Wayne Gretzky about becoming the governor.
Yeah,
And Wayne
nonsense.
declined the offer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank
Is
God.
that like Fetterman being the Pope of
How
Greenland?
utterly stupid.
I know that Trump finally really rubbed us the wrong way by fucking messing with people with so much pride and saying that stuff about our country.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. It's a true
Well, what-
insult.
Why is Trudeau scared of Trump though? Like, can't he just tell
He's
him to go
not
fuck
afraid. He's done.
Because, well,
He's done.
he doesn't have a chance anyways. It's gonna be like 1993 when Brian Mulroney resigned, and then Kim Campbell, our first female prime minister, came in, lasted 3 months, and got destroyed in a landslide by the Conservatives. What's going to happen again? That's
Yeah.
pretty much exactly what's going to happen again.
Yeah,
It's a cycle. It happens every 10, 20, 30 years.
yeah.
Do you know a name that's strong in the running that
True.
most likely will take?
Yeah,
his
it's
place?
Carney, I think, is the guy's name, who's going to be the guy who they want it on their resume. They know they're not going to last. They're going to be destroyed in the election 3 months after they get in and take over power for a few months. But so now they're all after Carney, all these crazies on the internet. They're posting pictures of him with Gazelle Maxwell and shit and blah, blah,
Mark
blah.
Carney.
And they're like, oh, great, here's our next Trudeau, guy who hangs out with Gazelle Maxwell. And that's what's all over our fucking news right now.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's not interesting. They all are in the same club, man. Look at the
Yeah.
videos of Trump hanging out with
Yeah,
that.
especially in the
Nobody
running.
talked about that during the election. Why wasn't that on the news every fucking day? I don't know.
Oh my God, he smells good.
It's just
Eat one, Steve.
anyway. I'm
Eat 10.
to me, it's amazing. This is
One.
it's information. It just makes me amazed, and I'm glad I'm at the pub, man, drinking with you guys.
Cheers.
Shout out to McGrandy, Florida
I'm
Life.
glad to have you here, man.
Check it
Yeah.
out, scum. What they had a free giveaway at the dispensary. A lunch.
Oh, that's the deal with the lunchbox. Free
A metal
giveaway. Get a
lunchbox.
lunchbox to put your stash in. I see. All right.
Yeah, it was just
Now,
Wow.
why have you got a picture of a garlic bulb in a power station?
it's a strain of weed. It's garlic cookies.
Ah, I got you. Oh, no, it's not a power station. It's
Steve, I wanted to
chemical.
I wanted to warn you about the edibles, man. They're-
He doesn't know. He doesn't know his tolerance. So you better
know,
school him, McGran.
Yep.
Well, I'm an old man. I've had one or two experience with edibles. Yeah, I'd
Me.
never do it again.
Smokesteve's had
The
one or two
difference- the difference with the
experiences in the
edibles-
last hour.
The difference is with the edibles is that you cannot control the dosage metabolization. Whereas if you smoke it, you you feel it faster, and it's
I think he knows
there's
that.
no time delay on the edible. The edibles, there's a time delay.
I'm pretty
you know?
sure he knows that.
Oh yeah, these are really good. They're tested.
Yeah,
They're
that's why I don't do edibles. I like having control, and it's just easier to take
Me
a
too,
little
man.
bit off the pipe here and there. If
Yeah,
I ate
yeah,
edibles,
yeah,
I could wake up the next
exactly.
day and not be able to feel my whole body for 8
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. I don't
That's
want.
why-
And guess
but
what?
it can be
The worst
annoying.
thing about the edibles is you smell, stink.
Eh,
I find it dehydrates me big time. The next day, I got to drink 3 gallons of water and eat all day. It like dehydrates you from the inside out.
Well, I've not had that experience. I did it once, and it was like never again.
Now the
I
trick,
was selling
trick
edibles
is
for a while.
to have one and then not have another 10 more because you're not feeling it yet.
That's it. That's it. It's and the weird thing about weed too. And I talking to an old timer. I've gone through some dry periods, like a month without smoking weed, and all of a sudden I get fucking high. Gets in your blood. It's in your fat cells. You know what I mean? And it metabolizes, and whoa, nothing long lasting, but I'm just anyway. I don't want that shit going through. It's enough that we risk our respiratory system, but the digestive system, it's scary to me.
That's what these are for.
I don't know what that is.
Lenzapro.
Is that an anal?
Gastro resistance.
Anal
That's
su-
because
is that
of your
a sup-
surgery, my friend.
like a suppository?
No,
Yeah.
the anti-reflux tablets.
Because you're going through something. You've had your stomach has been reduced in size, but so you're still going through an adjustment of anti-reflux. So you know.
I was okay for the first year, but I've recently gone bad on diet, so my stomach's telling me off and saying don't do that anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
and so is life. Try to do the best you can, buddy, and always come back here because we don't judge. We love you. You're a great guest here. You're a good buddy. So I don't like to see such big periods of time when you don't come around.
It's just too late for me usually.
I know.
It's a good
It's a
excuse.
hardship for you, man.
What time
Actually,
is-
you're up
It's a
early.
good, legitimate excuse.
What time is it there now, Biscuit?
It's like 5
1
o'clock.
minute. It is
3:45.
yeah, 20 to 4.
Yeah, and you're just getting up?
No, I ain't been to sleep yet.
Oh.
Oh my God. You're in an
I've just been sat watching my fish.
Oh, but listen, because of your acid reflux, you should sit up. It's
He
hard.
is sitting
You
up.
need to sleep on your back, which is really fucking hard to do for me, and have to be elevated.
Yeah, I
And-
sleep on my belly.
I know that's the problem.
No, McGrady's right. Some people actually prop up like 2x4s on the one side of their bed, or they just
Yeah.
put a ton of pillows up and they sleep
Yeah.
like a Craftmatic bed, like
Yeah.
on an angle.
You
And then
gotta
they don't
keep
get
it- you
pins
gotta
and needles in their
keep it-
hands. They don't get heartburn. I have to deal with
The
that
natural
for years.
I'm an old man here. I'm an
I just
expert.
need to
dude.
stop eating bread and drinking this shit.
Dude, I've been drinking all kinds of shit and all kinds of shit. I got to tell you, acid reflux, even with food, I can't eat late. You know what I mean? You
I
got
know.
to prop up.
The worst thing for heartburn is eating Tubs, Rolaids, and antacids. Trust me, I did it for 20 years. Ever since I quit that, I haven't had heartburn barely.
How about hey,
That is a
anti?
trap.
That-
It's a
that-
pharmaceutical company trap.
Let
These
me
are
throw in a
fucks
compliment
you
for the
Yeah,
craft.
all that shit's bad for you. Pepto-Bismol tablets, all that shit. Never do any of that shit. Trust me. Avoid just eating shit that gives you heartburn or drinking stuff. It's way better for your body, in my opinion.
I like the Craftmatic reference. That was a good one. I don't know if those even still exist.
Who doesn't want a Craftmatic? Come on. I always wanted
Craftmatic just-
that.
And then
I don't know. So
as you get older, don't you just
I
realize?
got to tell you, on
don't you
rare
just
occasions,
hold on?
you got to have.
Excuse me.
I'm never a Medicaid guy, but sometimes
Don't you just realize
you
that
got
the
to chew on a
Craftmatic-
Rolaids or one or two, by the tube.
Don't you just realize at some point that the Craftmatic is a hospital bed? You know, I mean,
It
it's
just
like
don't have the same ring to it.
exactly.
It don't
Exactly
sell
right.
as well.
Yeah, it doesn't sell as well if you call it a hospital bed.
Exactly. I'll go ahead and unmute my buddy here. You got muted somehow. You're back.
I think my grandy's on a delay again.
No,
No?
I'm on time. On
Th-
time.
Yeah,
Correct.
you're back
Check,
on time.
check, 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 check.
Yeah, you sound great.
You can
Sound
do
good.
that.
Loud and clear.
Japanese.
Kung Fu fighting, man.
Did you ever
You
see
You guys
Rick
see that Mel
Moranis?
Gibson stuff with Mel Gibson going on Joe Rogan and Fox News all on the same day, like the other day there?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I missed it. I missed it. I
And I
wish
guess
I
on
would've
one of
seen
them
it
he was
because-
saying like the government, like, you know, had a lot to do with the fires in LA, and then he was talking about that whatever that medicine is they used for COVID, they're using for cancer.
Ivermectin
Like,
and
he could say
another
it,
one.
all his friends got all cured from cancer by that nectro whatever the fuck it's called now. I can't think of it.
Ivermectin.
Yeah, that's it.
Horse paste.
Say that.
Do you,
Worm.
What do you guys think of him? Do you think he's a nut job, or you think he's telling the truth, or somewhere in between? Or?
don't even know anything about it, man. This
I
is
mean,
like
without having heard it, probably something in between.
this is like all new to me.
That story, I heard him talking about that. It was so off the cuff and so anecdotal and without any proof. I thought it was bizarre.
Is it like
Let
a Jew?
me tell you a story. I had two friends with stage 4 cancer, and they took this and that, and then no cancer. It was just so bizarre. All right,
Really?
like you're telling us that there's miracle cure out there that. What is he insinuating that medical science is ignoring, or that they discovered it on their own, or there's a concerted effort not to allow this information to come out there? Like none of these
I'd
things.
say the
make any
last one.
sense.
I mean, it's always safe. It's always a safe bet to take your medical advice from actors and actresses.
That's what I go for.
I just
Wasn't
spit out the
Ivermectin
point
the
on
one
that.
that Donald Trump had?
I'd like to say Fauci's an actor for the globalists. Yeah.
Amen, brother.
Fauci, yeah. No, who would you trust more, Fauci or Mel Brooks? Sorry,
I'm going to
Mel
trust
Gibson.
my local doctor because he's a drug dealer for Big
Well-
Pharma. Yeah, I'm going to trust him.
Mel Gibson or
He doesn't
Fauci?
say anything unless it means pretty huge dick.
Mel Gibson all day long.
I mean, I wouldn't trust either one.
So you equally distrust actor over the
Who'd
head
you-
of.
Who would you
I
rather get
wouldn't
your next
say
colonoscopy
equally.
from?
I would say that I would distrust them differently.
Oh, come on.
I would distrust Mel Gibson because he doesn't know anything. I would
Steve,
distrust Anthony
put
Fauci
that
because he's
joint
not
in
honest.
Your hand.
Hold on, we're talking about something here. So you can't put a gradient on either of them for like which you distrust more.
I guess I would distrust Mel Gibson more.
All right, we got one from Mel
Really?
Gibson. RW, you're next. Put down your hot dog or whatever that
Bro,
was.
it's an orange.
All right.
You would Mel. I would distrust the distrustworthy person more of Dr. Fauci.
That's 1 and 1.
I wouldn't
Wait.
argue with you. It's a reasonable.
I got to
thing
vote.
say.
No, we're going to go in order. Biscuit
Okay.
Babes, you're not American, but give me an answer for Fauci or.
I'd trust Fauci. I understand why he said what he said when he said it.
Oh
All
my
right, so
God.
you're saying you would distrust or you trust. Okay.
No, I trust Fauci.
I got you. I forgot how I worded the question before, but we have 1 for distrust Mel Gibson, 2 for distrust Mel Gibson, and 1 for distrust Fauci. All right, so it's 2-1 on the distrust scale. Yeah, I worded this question in a foolish manner.
I distrust Mel Gibson. He has no medical expertise.
Usually, you should just look at who has more to profit financially, and it's not Mel Gibson. So that would be my opinion on it if I had to take it.
Yeah, but he's also got no
Interesting
medical
perspective. That's good.
Well, no, really, because Fauci's going to make a pile of money, write a bunch of books, and so on. What's Mel Gibson going to do by saying that shit? He's endangering his financial,
But he doesn't know anything. He just repeats what someone told him.
Doesn't mean he knows anything. I'm just saying I'd probably trust him more just based on that because he has nothing to gain from it. If anything, it's going to hurt him. So
that's a fair point.
Take a risk if there's no benefit.
It is a fair point.
Or anything,
Yeah, I mean, he does have
like a motive for a crime. Like what's the motive there? There isn't.
Wow.
So maybe I trust him more. I don't know.
Steve. Right. As I brought up during COVID, I feel like Fauci and a lot of it was in the furtherance of public health. It was never for individual health. So if you looked at what Fauci was saying and tried to apply it to your own self, you might say that doesn't make any sense. But what he was doing was pushing a public health narrative, and that was because he, in his mind, was trying to save the most lives, quote unquote.
Pushing or creating?
Fucking you know what? That was so succinct and so perfect, Steve. I absolutely agree with that.
I mean,
and you know what? You're fucked up right now.
I would trust
beautiful,
myself.
man.
I would do the research myself and find out the actual answer.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't really do that. They trust what Hollywood stars say. They do. It's insane, but a lot of people will
for medical advice.
They'll trust like some random government official.
Wouldn't you think that somebody with that much money would have access to like the secrets that the elites have access to and the shit that none of us ever get to know?
No, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Secrets? There are no secrets.
If you've got money, you've got access to it at the end of the day.
If you got money, you got access to better healthcare, possibly, but not information. Right. They don't. There's not some. It's not like because Paris Hilton is rich. She's behind the curtains. Knowing the cure for everything.
Societies have secrets.
Wow, that's so funny.
If the information is not out there for you to start, then they're not going to sell as much, are they?
The whole
if that were true, rich people would never die.
Right. Why'd Steve Jobs die?
Exactly.
He didn't want to take the treatment. He said, "Just let it kill me." Everyone knows that. He could have survived.
He didn't want to take the baby's spinal fluid.
Adrenochrome?
Is it adrenochrome?
Adrenochrome. You guys both know what that is. That's fucking scary.
Nothing better than.
Wasn't there a story about Hillary Clinton eating babies to keep alive and whatnot at one point?
What about the theory that they always try and make the one that tells the truth look like a crazy person and throw them under the bus? Do you believe that happens in mainstream, television and stuff, like to famous people or whatever that come out and try and go against whatever narrative or whatever it is, and that they end up trying to make them look like, crazy people and expose them for whatever and try and put them in a bad light?
I think that's true.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
that's like Netflix every
that's
night.
like a Mel Gibson type scenario because
right.
Try to make him look like a madman, right? Maybe he is. I think he probably is.
But I never believe that narrative. But you're right. They do. They try and belittle and.
I'll give you guys some insight to Mel Gibson with the with the religious angle. When I was a little boy, it was before the Second Vatican Council. You would go to church and the mass was in Latin.
Cup of tea.
It was fucking tough. Anyway, I know. And
weren't you born before the Council of Trent?
No.
In
any event, it changed after the Second Vatican Council. And Mel Gibson was part of a sect that refused to accept the
you're talking about
Catholic
Opus Dei?
He's like an Opus Dei guy. They refused to accept the judgment of the Pope, and so there was like sub Catholic churches, and all all that nonsense. Because I got to tell you, I'm not a good Catholic, and I think they're all a bunch of lunatics, actually. But I understand where they're coming from, because I used to look at the little yellow card that used to translate the Latin into English. So
Tell you, some of those Dan Brown books really shined a light on the Opus Dei.
well, it's probably an Opus Dei thing. You know what I mean? And
well,
I think the biggest problem is we all have to learn Latin. A little tough for me, but
So you're down for the E pluribus unum?
E pluribus unum. E
Yeah.
pluribus unum. Ipso facto.
Nil
Yeah.
nil si do bonum.
Semper Fidelis.
Ipso facto.
Semper
Isn't that,
Fidelis,
isn't that a song?
I never heard the song Ipso Facto.
No, that's always faithful. And the
Sounds
funny
like an
thing is,
80s
in
tune.
Spanish always is siempre.
Oh.
Which is easy.
Per diem.
There you go.
That's Latin.
Carpe diem, yeah.
Pro bono.
Carpe diem. Another.
Yeah.
Eat carp today. That's what. Carpe diem
Is that a Jewish translation?
That's it. Gefilte fish is the translation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's actually technically sees the gefilte fish is what it is.
I love gefilte fish.
It's not bad. It's, you know, you take a little
my
unleavened
favorite
bread.
is the lox, man.
You take a little unleavened bread, you dry out the gefilte fish, you put it on the unleavened bread, you sprinkle some of the dry herbs on there, and you got yourself a Passover snack.
Dude,
I
I
used to
am
eat it
cursed.
that way.
Yeah,
I am cursed because I've got one of the best Jewish delis across the street from me, and it's like $5 for a bagel and cheese.
Thanks, Mr. Another Latin expert.
He wants to
Beautiful
buy
stuff.
it anybody will.
That I always get a pumpernickel bagel with the chives, and
Man,
I gotta tell you, I gotta have one a month. I can't have it anymore.
It's a lot
Beautiful
of carbs.
stuff.
habeas corpus. There you go.
Rip a half a carton of butts and drive your bike around the neighborhood for 20 miles after one of those bagels.
No.
So many carbs.
You know what? I haven't been bike ride.
Get back on that thing,
I've
guy.
turned into a pussy, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Turned
all right.
into a pussy. I've been doing with a walk every day. I walk to the beach, so
There
it's
you go. You're alive. You're walking.
yeah. I'm not in the water either. No swimming. It's too cold.
Got to get a wetsuit.
Ah,
150 bucks, dude. You could be out there fucking.
Are they like quintuple stuffed Oreos or something? RW.
Double stuffed, triple stuffed.
Well, they're about a 4-inch thick.
Who does that?
Oreos are vegan.
He's eating something that's like got white stuff in the middle. That's about an inch.
Oh, that was Last Dance 2 weeks ago for his dad.
That's right.
And he
December
only
21st.
liked the regulars. No
You know
double
what?
stuffs.
And apparently, Oreos are really bad for you.
I'm gonna make a ham.
Like really bad. Way worse than we think.
No, it's
I'm really hungry. I'm gonna make a ham and cheese sandwich. I'll be back.
And I'm going to go to bed before my stomach.
Watch me eat it too.
Gonna get some pumpernickel.
Hey, what was that, RW? A gummy?
No, it's freeze dried. My mom made a whole bunch of freeze dried ice cream sandwiches.
Ooh, sounds odd.
Wow, that's interesting.
Astronaut food. Astronaut ice cream.
It's so addicting.
How the fuck do you make freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches? That's crazy. Were those
Yeah,
full
freeze-dried.
size when you started and they shrink down to that tiny thing?
No, she cuts them up in little
All right.
squares and then puts them in the freeze dryer. And
His
the last
hands
one
are
he made was
his
egg.
hands are enormous. That's a normal size ice cream sandwich.
That's crazy.
I come from the line of Gath. My uncle was Goliath.
I mean, watch the Steve MRE, the guy who opens MREs. He does some freeze-dried stuff.
He did a Thanksgiving episode.
He rehydrates most of it. Can
Yeah.
you rehydrate those ice cream sandwiches and get a full-size ice cream sandwich? Then it's going to be melted, so it wouldn't work.
This is full size. Like, in other words, it's a cut piece from a full size.
But
You
it
could
has,
rehydrate it, but that would be so gross.
it's very low percentage of moisture. So is it like, is it just crackle? Like when you bite it, just kind of
Yeah,
puffs apart?
it's a crunchy, awesome.
Wow.
It's awesome.
Super concentrated, sweet thing.
You got to market those things, man. Sounds
I
incredible.
think they already do.
Yeah, they sell them.
Freeze
freeze
dried.
dried
My
ice
buddies
cream.
came back from Florida and brought me some from the space stations there.
I've never seen
Yeah,
any
it's
of
like
that.
$5 for one.
It's like
or
space
more.
food, like you said.
Or you can spend $2,000 on a freeze dryer.
Right.
But it does pay itself off after a while.
It's almost as good as a weed brownie.
So what is a freeze dryer? It's basically a vacuum with a freezer.
Yeah, it's a cabinet that's sealed, and then you pull a vacuum on it while it's it's still frozen, but like it evaporates the water out of everything.
Right. It puts it into a deep freeze and pulls all of the moisture and air off constantly into the vacuum.
Yeah.
Sublimation, I believe. It's
Yeah,
No, that's not the right word.
the fuck you
Sublimation is
talking
when
about?
something turns from a state solid to another solid by skipping a step.
Turns from a solid to a gas without becoming a liquid.
that's right.
It's only one direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then that is right. You're right.
Well, look it up. I don't know if I'm right. It's
I
all
think
in my
that-
mind, but it doesn't mean it's right.
I'm pretty sure it is called sublimation.
I get it wrong half the time.
Yeah, that's why Sublime's called Sublime, because that's what happens when you smoke weed.
Yeah.
It goes from a solid to a gas.
What does that mean to the chat? A right old.
I was thinking the same thing.
Is that English or some shit? I don't know.
What are you looking at?
The chat. I'm just.
A right old numpty, innit?
Yeah, but which thing in the chat?
The
It's
last
not
one.
like
The chat. It says
I'm feeling like a right old numpty.
Numpty.
I don't know who that
Uh,
person is. I've
That's
never
insulting.
Oh, that's insulting, is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
So you actually know what it means. What's it mean then?
It basically means you're an idiot.
A
Oh,
numpty.
wow.
A numpty is like a word for someone who's extremely dense and
Him.
stupid.
Does that
Wow.
hurt your feelings?
I'm not really that smart. I dropped out of school in grade 4. I'm just a punk rocker, so he's probably right.
It's normally told in jest. It's never serious.
You like punk rock music?
I like to be in the bands. I don't really like listening to heavy music, but my forte is being a frontman in a heavy band. Yeah.
That's because I'm from Britain, sundown.
That's pretty much all I listen to is punk rock.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, don't, go after me. Leave the patrons of my pub alone, if you would. With your answer.
RW, is that a British phrase or is it an Australian phrase, numpty?
I'm not familiar with
It's
it from the
English.
Australian front, so it's got to be an English.
It's English.
I thought it was English, but I don't
Okay.
know.
It is.
Yes.
I thought it was an
Down
egg.
Club told me.
I thought it was an
It's
egg.
specifically a Yorkshire term, I think.
Numpty
I thought
Dumpty?
Yeah, I thought it was an egg that sat on the wall.
No, that's Humpty
It's after
Dumpty.
fall.
That's because you're a numpty.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm gonna
You got a word of the day.
I'm gonna
folks.
delete you, Last Dance.
Sorry, buddy. I don't really mean it. I'm just teasing.
Last Dance is going to ban me for being too numpty.
I think it's more specifically like a silly idiot. Like it's not like you're an absolute,
Moron.
yeah,
Not a
a
blood clot.
moron, a numpty.
Yeah.
Never heard of that expression before, so I learned something today. There we go.
There you go. There you go.
Say it to
Are
all
you
your
excited to see your prime minister leave to have somebody new in office, Anti?
No, I don't play those games. I live in one of the best places in the world. We don't worry about our politicians. Probably why everything went to shit.
Well, did you particularly like him?
No, that's numpty.
No one can stand him, man. He's just a globalist puppet. He's one of these fucking woke guys, and no one could stand that shit. Who's got half a brain in their head and whatever. This is my opinion.
Right. So you should care, bro.
I've never voted in my life. I wouldn't want to be a part of
That's
being
great.
like, I voted for this guy. Now look what happened. I'd feel like shit about myself.
I totally accept that. It's a completely rational thing to do.
Well, the thing is like, the people who are going to come in that everyone thinks going to be the savior, I know they're not. I have a feeling that it's just the same shit over and over again.
Exactly.
Get excited about it.
If you thought your vote was important, you would vote. I mean,
if my country was in that bad a shape that I thought it was that important to vote, I would. How about that as well?
So. Exactly. You're reasonably content. You know, nothing's perfect, but you're reasonably content with the way things are, and that's fine. It's totally rational.
Yeah, I'm not in one of those places where everything's so whacked out of shape and everyone's so crazy and fighting with each other and there's race wars that we have to worry about that.
I know.
If you become a part of America, though, then you will be.
I guess. I mean,
yeah, that's just trolling. Trump's just a troll like Elon, and they troll everybody, and everyone fucking gets all riled up, and I just don't buy into that stuff. Although I was kind of pissed off because I'm a proud Canadian when he was saying that stuff about us. A lot of us did not like that. So,
yeah, and I agree with you.
Yeah,
I mean, in all honesty,
it's like, who do you think you are, you spoiled fucking brat, you fucking globalist troll? Get the fuck out of here. We don't want to.
You're right. You're right.
You go show off and run your mouth and brag to everybody and just stay away from us, man.
What does it buy him to be disrespectful?
It's foolish.
It doesn't buy him anything.
Expensive.
It's like it's an unforced error.
Well, the guy who runs our state, which is the biggest economy and the most populated place in Canada, we're not a big population, only 40 million. He just came out and said right after Trump said that, we'll cut off your electricity to Michigan and New York because we supply them millions of people with electricity there, and we're going to cut off everything else and put tariffs on you. So go ahead, do it. And that's what he said.
That's after he trolled. That's after he trolled, or that's after he mentioned tariffs.
I'm off to bed, guys. Night.
See you, Biscuit. Always good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, you too, guys.
Hey, acids are bad for you.
Basically,
I'll stick to these.
Hey, don't be a stranger now. You hear?
I will. I'll try and come more often.
All right, buddy. Be well.
And guys.
Be good, my man.
Night.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for defending your country. And he's a jackass when he just starts spouting off the cuff like that. I don't know what the hell he's thinking. It's probably the most embarrassing, worst part about Trump is when he just starts blabbering bullshit like that.
And our guy got offended when he compared us to Mexico. Really offended, like a guy who runs where, Ontario or whatever, provincial leader. Anyways, he was like really pissed when we got compared to Mexico. He said, that's really insulting comparing us to Mexico, is what he said, Trump.
Yeah, I mean, the Canadians are a hardy crew.
And
most of the time, if a
Canadian opposed to being American is that we know everything about you guys, and most of your population knows basically nothing about us, which we find very insulting. Yeah.
We don't know anything about anybody.
And like the rest of the world, knows you guys live in this little bubble in America, and like you don't see outside of it. Everyone else thinks totally different around the world, but you think they think this certain way, but they don't. They think like it's totally different.
Hey, is there a difference between the English and the French colonies up there when it comes to patriotism of Canada? Are they both
generally French? They are like have referendums every 30 years or so to try and separate and become their own country, kind of like you're Texas talking about sometimes.
Oh, right.
So we do have that issue, I guess, sometimes. And then everyone just goes, go for it. Turn it into a red light district. We'll go there and party. We don't care. You won't survive without us anyways. So
I went back 20 times between my 17th birthday and my 20th birthday, thereabouts. And it wasn't for the culture.
No, it's for the best strip clubs in the world, dude. And you only have to be 18 there.
Yeah, St. Catherine Street, Montreal. Quite a place. Quite.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine, it sounds pretty holy.
Anything. It was great.
But the thing is, with legalization and all
there's some holes.
Fucking Quebec. Quebec didn't take on legalization. I don't get that.
But you know what Quebec did do? They did take on legalization. Yeah, they did. It was federal. They didn't have a say in it.
Okay, I thought that they put up a thing with the prop like you couldn't set up dispensaries.
It's been 6 years of that now, for almost
All
7.
right.
The interesting thing about them with the whole legalization was they allowed their police officers off duty to use marijuana, whereas where I live, the next province over, they didn't allow the police to use off duty. So that's interesting. The cops can fucking have bongs, you know?
Cop shootings went way down.
The cops were all fucking allowed to go home and hit the bong and play vids like everyone else, be a degenerate. You know, I was like, that's crazy. Like, I wouldn't. If I was in charge, I'd say no. They're not allowed to smoke dope. That would just be me. Maybe that's being kind of me.
Why not though?
I just don't want a cop doing fucking drugs. That's all. That's just me. I also the kind of person who thinks every fucking buddy who comes in contact with children and is in charge of our children should have a lie detector test once a year, you know? And they should be asked questions about weird shit that involves kids and weird activities and illegal stuff. And that's whether they're caretakers, whether they're daycare people, teachers, all those people should be taking a lie detector test. They want, and they should get paid more for this. And it should be a new standard. You get an extra 10 grand, but these are the rules. You have to. We have to make sure and know pretty much for sure that you're not one of these weirdos sliding through the cracks, messing with
buddy.
Have a great week, buddy.
Oh, see you, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I was thinking of with that anti is that Quebec and Manitoba made it so you couldn't grow at home.
Oh, maybe that is possible. Yes, you're right. You're right about that. Yep. You remember that?
There's a movement called Manitoba Grows or Manitoba Grow, something like that. They want to make it legal there for people to not have to buy it from the dispensaries and do it on their own. But yeah, I mean, well, at least you got it countrywide, which is pretty awesome. And you guys can mail up to an ounce around up there legally, right?
Yes. You can carry up to 28 grams an ounce, yeah.
And you can put a whole ounce right in the mail and ship it off to your buddy halfway across the country, which is just a trip because people do it here, but it's still highly illegal. And if you get caught, you're fucked. But
I can fly to California. I can buy an ounce of weed. I get on the plane and fly back to Canada with it legally.
Right. As long as you get through American customs, that's the
But
problem.
I can't do that the opposite way. I cannot bring my ounce and fly to a legal state with my weed. That's illegal. But because we're federally legal, there's not going to be a leak. So it's not like you're going to fly to a state and then drive it to another state. Here, it doesn't matter. You're not going to drive it anywhere that it's not going to be legal. So that's why it works that way.
But also trying to get through customs at the airport in America, even though it's a legal state, it's a federal agency. It's still federally illegal. So I wonder, you might be sweating it a little.
The only reason I knew is because when I dropped my passport into the computer, it asked me, am I bringing any marijuana? And I went, what the fuck?
Wow.
That was in 2019 when I was in Cali. And I went, it had been legal in Canada for a year, right, at that point. And I went, wow, okay, how does this work? And then I went and researched it, and it's because I'm flying direct to Toronto, and then you're in a federally legal country, so I wouldn't be, going to the next province over where it's illegal, or so there's no chance of that, right? So you can bring it with you.
You know what's interesting with that? What if over, say, like, I don't know, some random place, Montana, which is a prohibition state, what if you're playing lands? And now you're in possession of cannabis, in a prohibition state with strong anti-cannabis laws. And
I don't know, right? It could happen, I'm sure, yeah.
Of course, I follow
they might have compensation. You lose it, I would guess. Because it would be in the computer, and if you, registered it.
You're committing a crime. It's just like if you drove to Montana.
Right. It just happens to be that, I guess, flying over the state, it's illegal, but you're not technically on the ground.
Right. No one's going to, they're not going to send up a Montana fighter plane to
National Guard, right?
But but technically, I don't know. I don't know the air rights exactly. It might be that you're not illegal. It might be that the air over Montana, is not Montana's, it's the federal government's. So you might be illegal federally, but not Montana-wise. But once you land, even if it's an emergency, you are still subject to Montana laws.
Right. it's tripped out the way these laws are now conflicting, and it just makes so much sense for federal legalization in the United States.
It all comes down to the same thing every time: the war on untaxed drugs.
Right. You know, on hard alcohol in the United States, it's a 25% flat tax. Goes to the federal government.
Right.
All distilleries in the United States. That's why there's no state tax in what we call here, Massachusetts, we call Taxachusetts. Amazingly, there's no tax when you go to the liquor store to buy beer, wine, or booze. It's straight up. The price that you see on the ticket is the price that it comes up on.
Wow.
Not 1 cent higher.
Wow,
Because the feds already hit you with 25%, man. And that was back in the day, you know, when they said like the moonshiners would get busted by the revenue man. The revenue man was a revenue agent for the United States government, the Treasury, and he was concerned with collecting the money, the taxes. That's why they didn't give a shit that you'd be killing people with moonshine. They wanted that tax money, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
All
that's
the tax money.
it's all tax money, bro. That's why it's technically still illegal. But a lot of states have made making your own moonshine legal, and it's now the same thing with cannabis. It's illegal in some states.
Yeah.
So
We had to keep our healthcare going. We had to find something else to tax because the youth now aren't like our generation. You know what I mean? They're not
Right.
drinking beer and smoking cigarettes, which is the most heavily taxed items here. So they had to find a way. Well, where are we going to get these tax dollars? So they legalized weed, and there's 3 weed stores in every street because the kids aren't buying cigarettes and booze like we were 30, 40 years ago or whatever, you know.
Sure, it's
And
better.
apparently that's what I've been reading is that they like the convenience stores have all been hurting because like people used to come in and buy cigarettes all the time, and now nobody smokes like they used to. Like it's way down, right? The kids aren't picking up smoking, which is good. I'm glad, but it's a big loss in tax dollars when you got such a heavy tax. Like our booze is 47% tax here, so that's a
47.
big
Wow.
chunk of our economy, right? For fueling our health care and whatever you need to, for tax dollars. And it's like, so they had to find money somewhere, right?
What about young people vaping? You think they're
Even
replacing?
that's phasing out. Like there was a big vape phase, but now it seems to just be old dudes, like whatever, not old dudes, but guys my age, 40s, 50s, that are doing it to quit smoking cigarettes and stuff. But it's not like as trendy or as much of an addiction as like, cigarettes and booze was like 30, 40 years ago.
I mean, some of the guys that started this pub, Hayden and Graham, were utilizing some of that vaping, and they were doing some juice thing where they had these big complicated vaping things, and they buy different flavors of e-liquid or whatever, and then apparently it's a lot healthier than smoking because it's
if you're going to kill yourself, you better be honest. We don't know what's going on with them. Fuck it. It's like anyway.
Well,
tobacco.
Those guys were making an effort to get the hell off.
Yeah, that's true. They were.
They're like $20 a pack here, so I mean it's big financial thing, right?
20, dude, $20 a smoke.
Yeah, I think they're 18 something and change now. So
yeah, here they're about 13 or 14. What are you paying, McGrand?
$6.18 for a pack of Marlboro Special Select.
Head on down, fucking just take empty luggage.
Head on down, Eddie, get those lungs ready.
Take a U-Haul.
Take empty luggage on the plane then just fill it with cigarettes.
Yeah, it's like you go to New York and cigarettes are like $20 a pack, man. On the other side,
you know what? The problem is they used to give you a break for a carton. Now they don't even do that anymore. You know?
Because they're hurting for money because the youth ain't picking up the smoking anymore. But they're not selling as many.
Anyway, that's from Walgreens, believe it or not. Walgreens. Cheaper than Publix. Cheaper than the grocery stores.
Well, wow. Yeah, up here, it's no way. Fucking pharmacies do not sell cigarettes. Big
Really?
no. Yeah. They stopped that like 25 years ago.
Well, CVS.
You're gonna go in and
CVS.
get your inhaler and then pick up a carton of smokes. It's fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
Check your blood pressure while you're there. Get another pack, 2 packs, okay.
Dude, you have no idea what kind of culture shock I'm going through. How the world is changing around me. And I used to walk into a grocery store with no shoes and no shirt, and
No service.
yeah, pretty much.
Drunk.
But it was dirty floors, and it's just like in a grocery store. And anyway, what? But you know what? I've had some positive experiences in my life with the realization that tobacco is a dangerous substance, and how it segregated certain people in their lifetimes, and it allowed the formation of other communities of people, like-minded individuals, but also points of impact. And fortunately, this revolution about anti-smoking happened while I was relatively young and attractive. So it provided some additional benefits of socialization.
What were you, a baby?
No, it means I met a lot of chicks out there smoking cigarettes.
Oh, well, yeah, there's a bonus.
Yeah.
Cup of Tea says we call gold Marlboros. Yeah, that's same here. Here it became illegal to call any cigarette light. So now they're all called something else, like a color. Or at least in the state of Massachusetts, you can't call anything a light cigarette because apparently they're still as cancerous as a regular cigarette. So by applying the light, it implies that it's less damaging, and that is now not allowed.
When did that happen?
Marlboro Gold. But when you go into the Packy, which is what we call a package store, not a place owned by Pakistanis, just to be clear, you just say, pack of Marlboro Lights, 4 shots of that, 7 shots of that, 2 of those, 6 of those, 9 hats, whatever. And they know Marlboro Lights are now called Marlboro Golds. It's the same cigarette, but you just can't call it light anymore.
When did that happen? I don't remember it ever becoming illegal.
I don't know.
Dude, I can walk into a Publix right now and say, give me a pack of Marlboro Lights, which I won't because it's almost $9.
Did they say light on the pack?
I don't think so.
They say gold now.
Yeah,
but everybody knows what it is.
I missed out on that whole transition.
It's this legal thing. They can't put light on it. It's dumb. It's semantic, man.
But being a tobacco smoker, I have to tell you, if you say, give me a pack of Marlboro Lights and you want to spend the $10, it's a better cigarette than what I'm smoking.
Yeah, remember back in the day, they would have light booze. They had like light vodka. It was a slightly lower percentage.
Never seen it.
Yeah, they had light, and it would be like, instead of 80 proof, it'd be like 65 or 70 proof.
It's like when I was 18, I drove across country and went to Colorado, and they had 2.8 beer, or the 3.8 beer. It was Coors Light, but it was 3.8, and you could go into the little small town, and you were 18, you could drink it. The lower beer.
Now to this day, McGrand, Utah doesn't allow beer above 4% because of the Mormons. So the Budweiser.
Oh my God.
The Bud Reds that we get here that are 5% out there in Utah are just about 4%.
How does that work though? Because it would be, don't drink at all, not drink a light beer. That's odd.
Apparently, they make the exception because they're not. it's not a hard and fast rule like
It's a
Dubai.
compromise.
Like Dubai, and if you go to Dubai or Abu Dhabi,
Anti, we can't hear you.
they sell alcohol to anybody who's a foreigner. But if you're caught intoxicated, you're in huge trouble. And if you are caught drinking and you're a resident of that country, then you're in huge trouble.
Where's that?
Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the Middle East. Yeah, bad places,
I wouldn't go there.
Oh no. But where did my Dubai thing come from? What were we talking about?
Light beer and
light beer in Utah. Yeah. Weird.
I looked it up,
Went to Dubai.
and it's against federal law to call cigarettes light or mild.
So that's a countrywide thing.
It's a countrywide thing.
Does it say when that happened?
Very recently.
Okay.
I think I'm going to bail, guys.
2009.
Right,
I guess
McCraney.
it's not that recent.
Very recently.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the
16
date?
years ago.
Oh God.
Time it moves differently for me than
That's
you.
all right. McGrandy, good to see you. Thanks for being here, buddy. Have a good night. Catch you next week.
Yeah, so that's roughly
Eastwood
when they
Farms.
stopped allowing it in magazines as well, right?
No, it was before then.
Okay.
You mean advertising?
Advertising, yeah. Well, I guess TV and magazines. I swear I've seen it in some magazines down here still, though. So I don't know if that was a federal thing or if it was a state thing.
Yeah, I don't know what a light cigarette is, Mr. Kelsey one, but interesting nonetheless. Good theory. But crazy though, like over the years, that advertising for smokes gone, but now they've let hard alcohol back on for advertising, which is something when I was a kid, there was like a long time ban on it.
Something to compete with the pharmaceutical companies, huh?
I don't know. I guess alcohol lost its scare factor for advertising or whatever the government's reasoning was behind that. I guess maybe it was a throwback from the Prohibition era. Who knows? But
When did they start to bring it back that you recall?
probably 8-10 years ago.
Okay, so before cannabis was getting popularized. All right.
Look it up for sure. I'm just totally spitballing here. But for a long time, I feel like there were it might be longer, 20 years.
All I notice are pill commercials. Most of the commercials I see are for some type of drug. I feel like that should be illegal.
I mean, did you happen to notice a lot of them are for overweight and out of shape people?
Honestly, the one I paid attention to most is for gay couples, like for HIV positive, or I'm guessing that's what it's for. It's not.
Oh, you mean the one? No, the one that's the prep one that they take before.
Something like that. I just it's just stands out.
Yeah, that one I was a bit shocked by. Have you seen this one, Last Dance?
Which one?
So it's a prep drug now they're advertising, and it seems to be focused on, frankly, gay men. And because they do say not to be used by someone born as a biological female in the ad. So clearly it's for gay men. It's a prep drug to be taken in a situation where you might acquire an immune deficiency through sexual intercourse, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Is it a suppository?
I haven't seen that.
I'm serious.
I know it sounds funny, but honestly, I can't tell you the answer. I have no idea.
Right.
But it's a legitimate question.
If you ever take one, let me know.
Yeah, well, I would.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you. What do you mean?
Come on.
But
for science.
I guess this is for people who are thinking like they're willingly engaging in unprotected sex with somebody who has AIDS, and they're rather than to not do that, it's easier for them to take a drug. I mean,
Right.
is that not
Good
the
life
most
choices,
fucking
man.
deranged thing you've ever heard?
Solid life choices.
Always, you want an alternative, right? If people won't do what they need to do, then you want them to have at least some alternative that
Or-
maybe reduces the likelihood. So it's probably just a antiretroviral, just like if you have AIDS, you take these. It's probably the same drug, and maybe they believe it prevents infection.
Do they
I don't
have
know.
it like in the
Essentially-
dispensers at the bathhouses?
Essentially,
As-
yeah.
No, as
RW.
someone says, it comes in a salve. It's an anal lube, right?
Nice.
I mean, RW, essentially, you're right. I mean, you're making a joke, but you're totally right. Like, they're basically saying these guys are going out and having wild, unprotected, bizarre, play
Relations.
like us guys here. Like, you might go out with someone 4 or 5 times before you even, get any action. Like, if you guys can remember from back in the day, it's like,
4
these
or 5 times.
whatever, you know what I'm saying.
say
But
New Jersey.
apparently these guys are all getting together and within
Like-
but you know what I mean. These guys are getting together and within
Yeah,
5 minutes.
within what, like
10
17
minutes.
yeah, the minutes they're like engaging in wild sex where they're spreading diseases. What the fuck
Does
is
that mean
going
we're doing
on?
it wrong?
I don't. Well, it means that our partners are doing it wrong.
Okay.
I mean, what the
No,
hell's happening? What
I
is
don't
this
judge.
society?
I don't judge. Whatever.
No, I don't judge, but clearly in areas where things are allowed to propagate, meaning like STDs, when given certain scenarios in certain microcosms in certain communities,
Like
what
monkeypox.
happens? What happens? We all know it
Yep.
explodes because that's how these diseases work.
Right,
They look for a fertile environment to spread, and apparently,
like men's buttholes.
brown and
Yeah.
warm.
right? Like it's crazy. Like,
High nitrogen.
Welcome to the pub, everybody.
right? There's something to be
Why
said.
are there never
for,
any
like,
women here?
there's something to be said for like a relationship with one person at a time. That's
Yes,
you
I
know,
know.
monogamous.
But that's
I
not
don't
every
even
7
care if
minutes.
it's male, 2 men, 2
Here-
women, or man or a woman. That's
Here's
not
how-
the point. It's
here's
the
how I've
wild engagement with multiple partners, unprotected. It's crazy. What the fuck's happening?
Here's
Now
how
they're
I
taking
heard this.
pills.
I've heard this described this way: guys are guys. Guys always want lots of sex. When guys get together with women, the woman is the slowing down person. When
Right.
guys get together with guys, there's no barriers, no breaks. It's
Right.
just it's
Well, there might be some breaks.
well, okay.
The woman's the air brake, and the
Protrusion.
man's the locomotive, right? So that
Yeah, exactly.
the locomotive, you're constantly pulling back control, like take it back, and then but when you have 2 locomotives going downhill side by side,
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
It's,
but you,
baby.
you see what happens when 2 locomotives hit each other, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Topple put a sketch up of that about 6 months ago. It was called what was it called? Tenting or hooding or something.
Something like that.
It
I'm
was
glad I missed
extremely
out on that.
disturbing
It
and
was
so
very-
funny. I miss old Topple. Come on back, Mom. Get your ass back on here.
He's my source for the underworld.
The
Bumbleclot.
dark underground.
Exactly. The best explanation for monkeypox now explain how adopted kids and dogs got it. Yeah, good question. And apparently they thought monkeypox was too offensive. So in their brilliance, they came up with something else. They call it M-pox. Well, now we don't know what it
That's
is.
pretty
Ooh,
crafty. That's
M-pox.
That's
That's
like
so clever.
Superman wearing the glasses and no one can tell.
Yeah, it's NPR all day long.
This
M-pox.
stupid progressive language shit. Like instead of illegal alien, undocumented immigrant. It's the same
Yeah.
fucking thing,
Mm.
and it's not particularly less insulting either. What do you
But
mean
it
I'm
shows
not
that you're in the club.
documented? What does that mean? It's like instead of calling someone homeless, they call them unhoused.
House
It's
deficient.
the same thing.
Unhoused.
It literally means the same thing. Homeless, unhoused.
Unhoused. It's
How is
stupid.
one more insulting than the other? It's
It
ridiculous.
sounds like a power grab. Like we have the power to change culture.
Right.
Now they're going to say silly shit.
Yeah, it was like first they were Indians, and then people said no, Native Americans. But then they came back and said, no, we were never fucking Americans. We actually prefer Indian. So
Right.
now we're like, wait, so are you Indians again or Native Americans? And it's
But
like
Indian is so wrong. Like it's just
that's another
terrible.
aspect to it, because it was a complete misnomer, misidentification. Like he was wrong. He wasn't in India. He thought he was.
right.
But
Oops.
and that was the
Fucking-
least
fucking
problem
idiot.
of
They
the
don't know
time.
That's the guy they
Like it.
trusted with the star charts.
Yeah, I mean, with the lack of food and the marauding Indian attacks, they really didn't care what the hell they called anything back then. It was hell on earth.
They're just like, oh shit.
yeah, they sailed like
That's what they call
5,000 miles and hit a random land full of. Boy, it would have been something to see what it was like back then.
And all they had to do is hand them more blankets, and they defeated them.
But smartly, they infected them all with smallpox. Bonus. Yeah, that was a rough one. Yikes. I didn't mean that.
I don't think it's, I mean, it's not a thing, but the conquistadors came or the British came over to America, and they brought their diseases, and this disease killed off that population in large number. The immigration that's happening from the Southwest up, what percentage of those people coming up are actually bringing in pathogens that is going to cause a lot of problems? Any?
None.
Minimal.
You think
That's
it's
a little minimal. I think a bigger worry is the lack of vetting. I'm not necessarily opposed to bringing in skilled people. They don't have to be doctors and fucking engineers. It's okay if they're carpenters and painters and stuff, as long as they're fucking working hard, clean, and contributing members. But it seems to be this lack of vetting that what the hell are we getting? What is this? I'm not like
what
Trump,
happens
where I
if they're
want them all to be
sexual
from
criminal?
Norway. What?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
Well, those are illegals. You're talking about.
We haven't talked about it tonight.
Yeah, illegals are not good.
The
I don't
vote
want
that
illegals.
happened for the bill.
Yeah, that bill. I don't. There was a. Was it a House bill?
The Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act.
Was that what it was
passed?
called?
There's 100. It was a Republican representative that put forward the bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act. It passed 266, but there's 158 Democrats that voted against it. And I just thought that wasn't really covered very much.
That's what they're calling the Lake and Riley Act, right?
Like it's good that it passed, but
Viria.
Yeah.
It rolls off the tongue. Viria. Violence. Varia. VAW.
That does not roll off the tongue.
Against women. Vewa.
I mean, if you're having a stroke, it probably rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, right.
That's
when I just tried to say it, a piece of drool fell out of my mouth. It's almost like an Andrews's strokes.
You're on the way to woke with that. That's how that works.
It's a good idea. How about violence against human beings? I mean,
yeah.
I'd actually have to see the bill. There's a lot of crap in these laws that it's not really it's what they say, but then there's other stuff that can be objectionable. So I'd have to see. I don't know what the Democrats were objecting to, but I'd have to read it.
Right, that's the pork concept.
I agree. Though
pork, but
I mean, I feel like a lot of people might say they're all objecting like collectively on some like democratic like individual bias, but not knowing specifically what they're objecting to. It only makes you say either like, do you think all is one, or do we look it up and find out what it is? You know, like, because
If
yeah,
you can find out what it is, I don't think they always release these bills to the public.
I will say this: a lot of these laws that
Number
are
two.
passed in the wake of some tragedy are ill thought out and have regrettable content. Now, I don't know what's in the Lake and Riley Act, but I don't like legislation that's kind of the result of some terrible tragedy. It's often doesn't have. It's not well thought out. It just doesn't. You have to examine what are the long term.
Like it's overcompensating.
It's overcompensating. It might be missing important things. It might have vague language that seems okay, but law enforcement abuses any abilities they are given. The civil asset forfeiture laws were there to prevent drug dealers from being able to afford top-notch lawyers. Law enforcement just uses it to steal from people with cash. They just take the money. They know that those people haven't done anything wrong, and they don't even try to prove that they did anything wrong. They just take their cash and keep it, and they make them sue them to get it back. And it can be hard to do, and a lot of people just give up.
Costs money.
A lot of people just give up. It's not worth. I don't know how to sue anybody, so they steal billions of dollars. Well, that wasn't what the law was intended to do, but it was what the law allowed them to do. So that laws was shit. But everybody was, oh yeah, we got to stop drug dealers. It's the worst. It's the worst thing ever. Well, it wasn't the worst thing ever. Civil asset forfeiture is a pretty damn near close to the worst thing ever.
Like that dead guy Tupac said once, they got a war on drugs, but what about a war on poverty?
Yeah, I don't want a war on poverty either.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good line.
Poverty will probably win.
And the police don't bother me, or something like that. He says right after that. But I mean, I look at it. It's almost like two ways. Like, is this law written to supersede current laws that should already cover these things? Like,
good point.
Number one, and if our laws are so lacking that they need to make new laws, then what the fuck is going on here? Shouldn't our laws already cover all of this?
Exactly.
Years, yeah.
So either our laws are faulty, or they're just doing this to make people happy and say, look what we're doing over here. We're making laws, but you already have laws that say the same thing, but we're going to make a special law for illegals just because that's a hot topic right now. I don't know. It's a little shady. It sounds political to me.
Yeah.
A cup of tea is an interesting business model for the country. Tax immigrants and import tax, then deport them and charge deport tax too.
Cup of tea is a genius. We really need to use him. His evil genius needs to be harnessed somehow.
I think Doge is hiring.
Yeah, he's like Art, it's a Seinfeld character, Art Vandelay. I'm an importer, I'm an exporter. I import, I export. He's brilliant. He's got all the ideas here. Great. And there are 4 lights. Jesus, must be breakfast for him at this point.
Right. As there are 4 lights are pointing out, all that anti-terrorism laws in the wake of 9/11 have just been used against, mostly used against Americans.
Against patriots.
Patriot Act and the online harms bill in the UK is what he's talking about. A more recent bill, the online harms bill.
Prior to the Patriot Act, you could pull over any vehicle within 3 miles of an international border. After, for a very long time, because they extended it, it was 200 miles. And that happened to me in Vermont. I happened to be driving down a road, and I got pulled over by the border guards. And it was like 180 miles from the fucking border.
That's a hell of an increase.
Yeah,
It sure is. 200 miles.
they were totally chill, and I went through in 1 second, even though I had, tons of grass in the back and stuff. It was like no big fucking deal. And they were
Yeah, it's just another
the
day
nice-
for you. No sweats.
But I
it
guarantee
came on
you.
me so quick, RW. I didn't have a second to sweat. I was just like, fuck it.
Look
I'm
at
going.
you. You're not the demographic they're looking for.
Yeah, and a car turned around and they dispatched the fucking somebody. I was like, the guy behind me did a quick U-turn and boom, here comes one of these white pickups bombing down the road with blue sirens on it.
You know,
So that's what they all had. I
Yeah.
don't know why, white pickups, but
well, there's
that guy was fucked. And he probably had an open beer.
You know what? That law is designed to catch terrorists. I guarantee you that 99.9999, perhaps even 100% of the stops made under that law were not terrorists.
No, definitely
Or at
not.
least they didn't know.
It was absolutely arbitrary. They weren't even on the main interstate. They were on like a secondary interstate. It was so random. But it was like the law gave them the ability to set it up anywhere, essentially, except it could be on a side street. That'd be foolish. But they gave them a huge amount of freedom for that.
Why 200 miles?
I have no idea.
Why isn't 3 miles enough?
Right.
If they're driving a car, 3 miles is more than enough because they have to, the idea is they've come in across the border and you've got 3 miles to catch them. It's Custom and Borders Patrol. It should be easy.
I seriously wondered if they didn't let every car go through like mine and they only chased the people who U-turned.
Possibly.
Because the whole line went through smooth as butter. Like everyone stopped to a slow roll and got waved through. But the guy who did the U-turn when he first saw it got chased.
Yeah, that's shady as fuck, though.
You might have caught them at a good time. They might have talked about it, a year later, and their boss said, we need to get more arrests.
Possible.
So
get your quota up, bro.
Let's search these cars, and if they have anything, remotely illegal, we'll get them.
Steve would have been sweating then.
Because the cops, they have total discretion.
Yeah,
basically.
They're federal police too. It's
they're
weird.
They're Customs and Border Patrol.
Yeah, extremely odd. I didn't know what the hell was going on. It's weird. And I think that they finally ended that in the early 2020s, right?
I don't know. I never even knew that was the thing.
No, I mean the whole Patriot Act itself.
Oh, no.
Still engaged?
I believe that might have. Let's see.
He's just tapping a tin can right now. He's not actually typing.
He's typing so fast, but there's no results.
It was. You were right. It was expired in 2020. I was wrong. You were right.
All right. Okay.
However, most of its powers were replaced and modified by the quote USA Freedom Act.
Oh my God! Why are they naming it the opposite?
It's essentially right. It's essentially the Patriot Act with a little more limitation on government surveillance, but not enough.
With a little more freedom.
Just a little bit, right?
Unreal.
It's the freedom of the government. It's not the people are like, oh, freedom. I love freedom.
Right.
I'll vote for that.
Yeah, when you clicked on the website, it was the song "Freedom" by George Michael, and Linda Evangelista talked about it. What are we doing here? Are we rolling soon?
I would love to say goodbye.
Before you go,
are you starting yours? All right, here we go. We're going to piggyback. What do you got, RW? Let's
I just
start.
So earlier, Last Dance reposted something about this guy made a comment about Trump being a convicted felon, and then someone made a comment about him being babysat by the CIA. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It was some reporter or whatever, and
Where did I post this?
You reposted some lady's comment about this reporter that was giving all of his news articles to CIA for them to give it the red light or not
Ken Delanian.
Yes. What is that about? Why did you go after that person in particular?
This is, where did I post this? Where?
It was just a repost on Twitter.
Oh, on Twitter. Well, Ken Delanian, he's just he's an NBC reporter, but he's a typical partisan hack. And he's just posted a 2-line, like a 4-word post that says, "Now you can call President Trump a convicted felon."
Right.
And, someone pointed out that Ken Delanian was,
Don't say it, a convicted felon.
No, he's a reporter who was caught giving the CIA a first look at his stories
Oh boy. Damn.
to sign
Right.
off on.
I was just wondering, yeah, because it's a talking point, and he took it and ran with it, and I figured that was what it was all about.
I mean, he shouldn't be a reporter. That should be someone who does that, or who is required to do that by law, shouldn't be trusted with the reporting privilege.
Ethics violation, obviously.
Well, I mean, one of the most important targets of a reporter has to be the government. We have to report when the government does something that maybe isn't something that people like. You can't allow yourself to be censored by the government. You're supposed to be a watchdog on their actions.
Right. So you must be a big fan of Bob Woodward.
Yeah. I mean, I necessarily agree with what he writes, but absolutely, that's an example of somebody who would.
What do you think about his writing? What is that?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
What is that? What did he write about Trump? Did you agree with what he said there?
I don't know. What did he write?
I think Trump might even be suing him, man.
That doesn't mean anything.
So that gives you an idea of what he wrote, basically.
Something that wasn't.
Well, I don't want to get into quoting it here because Trump might sue me.
Trump sues Bob Woodward for releasing audio of their interviews.
Yeah, there you go.
It doesn't. Yeah, the reporter releases audio of an interview a reporter had with.
Is that it?
A politician?
Why would that be illegal? If you
Who said
told
it
them,
is?
but if you told them you were recording to begin with, it wouldn't be illegal to release it, right?
Correct. If he agreed to it.
If he agreed to it, unless it was a secret recording, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Scum, if you're going to start a live show, if you want, you could start it and I can go there, copy the link and throw the link in the chat here. And then if any of these people want to join us over there are 4 lights. He's a cool guy. He's from overseas, over yonder, way over.
I think I've seen him over there.
Over.
I think I've seen him in the scum chat.
Yeah, he's came over. He was just worried about the things I say jeopardizing his existence in China. So he was like, I don't think I should join the panel here, Auntie.
Understand.
And I was like, you know what? I don't blame you.
All right, but he already knows. I think the rest of them
I'm
know about
risking
it.
that just doing that in Canada. You're saying the shit I say, so but that's.
I guarantee you, China knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, you know what? If it ever goes south for you, you always have a place here in America. You can sleep in my driveway. I have a tent.
Just don't sleep next to the door.
No, far away. We got a long driveway. I have a dog. A dog will sleep with you. He provide heat. It's the local coyote. What do we have here? Johnny Grammaticus. Seymour Harris. Good journalist. All right, boys. What do you say?
I'm going to say it was a great pub, and you guys have a great week.
Yeah,
Same.
good talking to you, Dance.
Agreed.
Thanks for putting it on, Smokesteve.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to see you guys.
All right.
RW, everyone in the chat. Much
Take it
love.
easy.
We'll see you next week.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Everybody, peace
Thanks,
out.
Steve.
Steve, man. Do you want to pull yourself off or there you go. All right. And Hey, Mr. Kill, sorry you feel that way. I like him, and I like you too. But thus is the International Pub. I like all of you guys. And we're all not going to always agree. So, I really do appreciate everybody being here, regardless of your, differences. I do think we all are here for the same thing, just a little conversation. Not everyone's always going to get along, but for the most part, we do okay. I try to go past the differences that we have and also somewhat highlight them, because if you have a difference with a person of opinion, still getting together and talking is far better than not getting together and ignoring each other because of your differences. So that's part of the point of the pub. I want to bring us all together, keep us all together. We all have a slight antisocial aspect to ourselves. That's why we're here on the internet and hanging with each other. And I like that. And I think that's a great, great thing. So with that said, be well. Take care of yourself. So I will see you next week. Smokesteve.